Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. Must sit to sit, set a feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. Must sit to sit, set a feeling so alive.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, Miss Butterfly. Tracy, good to see you this morning. Welcome in, guys. We're going to try to have another day of Karen Reed trial here. I'm trying to get my stuff together this morning. I feel like I'm dragging. I don't know what's going on. Hope you guys had a good night. All those good things. I woke up to cloudy gray skies. Butterfly, you sent that rain my way overnight. It made me sleep really good, though. I didn't hate it. I hadn't had a good thunderstorm in the nighttime like that in a long time, so I just laid there and listened to it until I fell asleep. Yes, thank you, Butterfly, for that reminder. Guys, please hit the like button on your way in. I do appreciate that. I appreciate all of you who come in and hang out with us for the trial and enjoy the little community we have going on here. Half a day or a quarter day? Butterfly, it's anybody's guess at this point, isn't it? We don't know what Bev's going to do today. I'm going to pull up the stream on the side, though, and make sure I got that up and running. Okay. All right, let me get it down where I need it so I can keep an eye on it. There we go. Okay, we have the fan spinning as usual. So hopefully they'll get started on time this morning, and I don't think they're going to have any testimony beyond lunch from the way it was sounding yesterday. So we'll see how it goes today. I just uploaded a short video this morning on Mr. Rocket Man. So I'm going to start calling that guy that was testifying Rocket Man. Dr. Welcher, let's just start calling him the Rocket Man. Shit can just shoot out into space, y'all. Oh, goodness. Bad weather. It's a time of year for things to get rocking and rolling out there. The heat of the day doesn't help any, probably. I don't have any plans to go anywhere, so if it wants to rain, whatever. But I like looking out my window and seeing an abundance of sunshine. It's like that's my thing, and it's like I can't even get that this morning. But oh well, whatever. At least I woke up, right? Can't complain too much. We could, but who's going to listen? I don't mind complaining once in a while, but God, I can't stand complaining constantly. Let me get that banner up before I forget to put it up. All right, oops. Let me see there. So guys, I've been listening at the end of the day. I've been having to go and listen to, a news channel out of Kentucky, because Shay McAllister's been on the Crystal Rogers case for years, and that case is finally getting underway. And we don't have cameras in Kentucky, unfortunately, but things are starting to come out in that testimony about the Crystal Rogers case that are very intriguing to me. So I think this weekend we'll do Sunday's show based on what I've been able to accumulate all week out of the Crystal Rogers case. 3 trials will be happening for that case. And one is underway right now, a conspiracy to commit the murder of Crystal Rogers. But a long time coming for her mother and her whole family, her children, her father, Tommy. And I can see just by watching the first 2 days of testimony, Tommy Ballard, Crystal's father, was investigating her disappearance hard and heavy for a solid year. I've seen the files that and I haven't seen the actual files, but I have seen where he kept all his files. The man was intent to find who harmed his daughter. And then lo and behold, he was murdered a year into the investigation. And I always wondered, what did Tommy know? What was he able to uncover? Some of that's coming out now. And it's like, whoa, that man knew what he was doing. And the fact that he was murdered, investigating his daughter's disappearance. So that's a really big case. They're trying to keep it as low key as possible. They don't want it to be a high profile thing because it's corruption in Kentucky, right? And what this family was doing, the Houck family, I should say. So if y'all don't know a lot about the Crystal Rogers case, I'm going to present that to you this weekend. I need a break from all this other stuff. And Crystal's case has always been really near and dear to me because I've watched it unfold for, 10 years, and to finally see somebody being held accountable and maybe they can find out where she's at one day. I think they're close to figuring out where she might be, but I don't know how close they actually got. Good morning, Sejoy. Welcome in. Welcome in. So we'll take a look at that case this weekend. At lunchtime, we're going to review a couple of documents that came down in the Koberger case. There's nothing super exciting there. None of it's long. Most of it's motions to seal this and that. Y'all might as well just seal that whole damn case and just shut up. I'm like, can we talk about if we don't have nothing to talk about, right? But we'll go over those few documents that did drop. And somebody's asking for an ex parte hearing, meaning just you and me, Judge, nobody else, not the other side. Makes me wonder, are they figuring out who the leaker was, right? I don't know. I'm more interested in just getting to the nuts and the bolts of the case, right? Bring me the darn evidence. Let me evaluate it. That's what we want to see. Nothing's been filed with like any more information that we haven't already had, about the situation there. I don't know how deep that level goes, though, Butterfly. That's the thing. Was it contained to that one little family, and the brother being a cop and this and that? I don't know if it is as widespread, right? But this is small town corruption, so it's way freaking different than these big town corruptions. There's a whole different motive behind. That's what I feel anyway when I look at the cases that do involve corruption. The motives are very, very different. It feels like the bigger city corruption is about money. I don't make enough money. You're willing to pay me to do some dirty work. I'm down, right? Over in small town Kentucky and places like that, it's about protecting one another more so than I feel like it is in these bigger corruption cases. It's corruption's corruption, right? No matter how far it's spread or who is involved, it's corruption. And when you got the mother of the accused and the ex-cop brother of the accused trying to record their grand jury testimony, to go back home and compare later, that's corruption, right? And they got caught doing that. And now we're learning that the mother and brother are being investigated for the conspiracy to commit a crime against Crystal. We always wondered how come his mother hadn't been charged with anything, right? Not even conspiracy. You sure were around her property a lot, my guy. You sure were using Mama's car. Mama's over there trying to record herself at the grand jury. You don't. Mom knew. Mom knew something was up. I got to protect my baby. Good morning, Miss Dolphin. How are you?
Oh, good morning. Just still trying to get better. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I can't complain too much, but I'm glad you're feeling a little better. You still sound like you don't feel well, but
No, I don't, but I'm forcing myself to get up and do stuff, you know?
yeah, yeah. That's
Hmm.
sometimes you have to push forward, but at least you're at home and you can rest when you need it.
Yeah. You know, I had the like this weird thought too cuz I told you I had to let the dog out and everything. So I went ahead and went to the bathroom myself and I just like, you know what? I totally it just skipped my mind. When I was on the trip, you
Mhm.
couldn't throw toilet paper down in the toilet.
Oh,
They had a sign in the first place that we stayed in that was
uh-huh.
like, don't throw paper in the toilet. So I thought, oh, did they mean something like a paper towel, you know, something like that or whatever? I was like, what does that mean? So I looked it up, and it's because their old plumbing was only, the pipes were only like 2 inches wide as opposed to, say, maybe four here in the States.
Yeah,
So yeah, I
that
was
makes
like,
sense. That was my
what?
first thought when you said that is their plumbing must be crap over there. And
Hmm.
they don't want to deal with the consequences, right? Um,
Yeah, yeah.
maybe they should only let the country use toilet safe toilet paper, septic tanks safe or something. So I guess they provided plenty of garbage cans then.
Yeah, they always had one right by. Mhm.
Yeah, that would probably be a hot mess. Like
Mhm.
when everybody here started flushing the hand wipes and stuff, they had to come out on the news and it's like stop flushing these, and I'm like, oh my god, people just don't compute. Things don't compute with people sometimes. I don't know. It's crazy.
Mhm.
It's crazy. Um, it is odd how things are just done so differently in other countries that you just would things we take for granted here, and when you go there and it's like, oh, it's a whole different thing. It's like, ah,
Mhm. But then I kind of giggled when we went to a rest stop, and one of the stalls had the big porcelain square in the ground, and I was like, "Ha ha! I remember these from when I was a kid." Mhm.
the big porcelain square.
Yeah, and Crystal was like, "Ooh, I can't use that." I was like, "Girl, give it to me. I can."
Come
It
on,
was like,
everybody
"Yeah."
does it, right?
Mhm.
When in Rome, you just do it. Help us
Yeah.
squat, it's all good. Hey,
Mhm.
they say we're using the bathroom all wrong anyway. That
Oh, yeah.
we don't sit properly for the function to happen properly and all this stuff.
Mhm.
So, well, there might be something to all that. Hell, we don't know unless we
Mm.
try it. How do we know if we don't try? Uh,
Mm, yeah, that's true.
that's crazy. Um, there's always amazes me how things are even medical industry, what's acceptable in other countries is not here. And like even when I needed to get my thyroid removed before that, when my mom needed to get hers done, it was rarely done in the United States. And it was done differently than the way Europe does it.
Mhm.
I was just blown away by that when I really began to look into it. And it's a common practice overseas and the way they remove the thyroid. And here in the United States, they act like it was a huge deal and you got to take this radiation therapy and all this stuff and destroy and put everybody in
Mhm.
jeopardy around you. It was insane. Surgery was rarely used in the US. Now it's quite common, down to where 10 years later my doctor's like, what, do you want it out? I'm like, well, if it's that darn easy, I'd have told you 10 years ago. I think I did. Take it out. Y
Mhm.
It's crazy how they seem to be advanced on a lot of things well beyond
Yeah,
who
it's
we are.
just different ways of thinking, you know.
Exactly, different ways of
Mhm.
thinking, different ways of looking at everything, um, and who's to say they're right and they're wrong and we're right? It could be quite
Mhm.
the opposite because there's a lot of, science behind a lot of what they do, and that's like, I was
Mhm.
blown away that they would do this quite common in Europe, but over here in the US, it was like you had to beat the doctor in the head to get him to even listen to you, you know? It's
Mhm.
crazy.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
wow.
Tracy, yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy, isn't it?
Mhm.
It is
Yeah.
so weird.
Yeah, that was another issue because I forgot my well, I couldn't, didn't forget it. Couldn't get to it because of the snake. My adapters and converters were
Oh, yeah,
in
because you
the
have to
luggage
have
I was trying
those.
to get to. Mhm.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Um, that may not be something you think about unless you are actually looking into what I'm going to another country. You don't may not think about that right away unless you're told or you see something.
Hmm.
'Cause I
I
don't
have a
travel out of
nice
the
kit
country,
that,
but you
yeah, will be
like an
like it's like the whole
adapter?
world. Hmm.
Oh, well, that's
And it
cool.
has a map in it, so it's like, oh, if you're in, like, it's like breaks up the continents and the
Yeah,
areas like a time zone map. So
yeah.
it's like if you're in between here and here, you need this adapter, or
Well,
da da
that's
da.
super helpful. I mean,
It would
that's
have been if the snake hadn't been in my basement.
and
you know.
snake.
Yeah.
Ah,
But
lordy.
my very, very handsome front desk guy at the first place I stayed at loaned me one. And then by the time we went to the second place, we found an electronics store and we just went in ahead and bought some, you know.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, because even charging your phone may have been a task if you didn't have the power.
Yeah, yeah, those power banks ran out and I forgot. Actually, Firefly helped me with something because I forgot about the eSIM, the first one. Oh, I'll
Mhm.
tell you later.
Oh,
Is
All
this
you're
right,
good.
good
starting?
morning, Council.
Yeah,
Good
she's
morning,
gonna bring
Ms.
the
Reed.
maybe bring the jury in. We'll see.
And, all right, Mr. Lessie, I will hear you on your argument on the voir dire.
Uh-oh. Argument time.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just loading up my computer.
Mic up, fella.
Your Honor, I am going to address the Trooper Paul aspect, and then I'm going to address the Dr. Scorty Bello aspect of Dr. Welcher. With regard to Trooper Paul, I would like to draw the court's attention to the following documents for the straightforward proposition that Dr. Welcher has not only reviewed, he has not only considered, that he has adopted. I went back and looked at the documents, and the basis for this is as follows. Slides 22 and 23 do not just depict Trooper Joseph Paul himself. They show Trooper Paul conducting the CARS analysis on February 1st of 2022. Importantly, these slides highlight the mileage odometer of 12,665, and I respectfully request the court to anchor into that odometer reading because I'm going to show the path that that odometer reading takes through all of the documents, but I want to emphasize the start, the genesis of the odometer reading of 12,665 miles is with Trooper Paul as he conducted the CARS analysis on February 1st. Now, here's where Dr. Welcher comes in. Dr. Welcher then uses this key data point, odometer 12,665, as the basis, the starting point for his determination of the locations and times for the events of January 29 of 2022. Dr. Welcher uses his scenario analysis of Ms. Reed's travels, and that's detailed on slides 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28, to calculate and then deduct 36 miles from the odometer according to Trooper Paul on February 1st of 2022 to arrive at an odometer reading of 12,629, which obviously is different from the start, the anchor I talked about of 12,665. So the assumed odometer of 12,629, again, is based on Trooper Paul's CARS analysis in slides 22 and 23, are then used as a tether, a connection to the events recorded by the VCH and the Lexus on the following slides: 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 35, and 36. I elucidate this and I explicate the slide numbers to show how many there are in Dr. Welcher's report that are rooted in the anchor point, and then the change in the deduction of the odometer. So the events memorialized by Trooper Paul on February 1st, including the odometer reading, provide the foundation for Dr. Welcher's entire analysis of the VCH events. The entire analysis of Dr. Welcher's VCH events. That is the adoption aspect of what I started with. Two more points. In addition, Dr. Welcher testified on his voir dire that the image on the left of slide 36 from his January 30th, 2025 presentation came from a file marked carsj.paul. Now, he did contend that it wasn't the exact same image, but I want to go to this. In fact, the image on slide 36 is from the drone used by Trooper Paul, and the citation for that is page 4, item 11 of the CARS report. That's where the drones are from. Dr. Welcher didn't do any drone activity. He took the drone that he had in his report that was just a little bit different than the one I was showing him. It comes from page 4, item 11 of the CARS report. And I quote, "The crash scene was documented during the on-scene investigation by utilizing Alicia's GNSS GPS mapping system and a DJI Mavic 2 UAS. This data was input to a computer-aided diagram program, which is IMS 360, here's the key, to produce a scale diagram of this collision. So the DJI Mavic is the CARS team drone. This image of Dr. Welcher's slide 36 is clearly and indisputably from the drone. And the only drone extant is the drone of Trooper Paul and the CARS team. Last point with regard to the Trooper Paul basis in adoption of Dr. Welcher. Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Welcher on voir dire if the image from slide 36 actually came from the CERT team, which is simply not true. The CERT team, actually Lieutenant Tully with the CERT team, took about a dozen photos of the taillight in the snow in the dark around 6 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Lieutenant O'Hara said that the CERT team never traveled back to the scene again. So there were very obviously no photos or images taken by the CERT team in the daylight from the drone. And I again refer to slides 22 and slides 23, where Dr. Welcher said it was more likely than not that it was Trooper Paul in those slides, but whether it's Trooper Paul or not is completely overwhelmed by what I just argued and presented as specific factual basis for a review, a consideration, and an adoption of the work of Trooper Paul. Unless Your Honor has any questions, I would now move on to Dr. Scorti-Bello. Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello will be much shorter. Mr. Woke, do we have the slide of the Dr. Scorti-Bello it's at the end of the slide presentation with her name on it?
The TV's off.
Oh. If you just give the slide number, please.
131.
So it is slide 131. I almost know it verbatim, Your Honor, so I will continue if Ms. Gilman has slide or someone could turn it on. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to slide 31, at the very top, and this again is a slide presentation of Dr. Welcher. So up at the very top, and so Dr. Welcher admitted that he not only reviewed the autopsy report, he admitted that he not only considered the autopsy report, he admitted that he adopted it, and I'm going to put adopt in quotes, to the extent that he used it in his slide presentation, and he actually, to show the depth of those three verbs, he's got in orange highlight under final diagnosis, multiple skull fractures, base of skull, and cavallarium. He testified, obviously, about the rear wounds of Mr. O'Keefe. He testified about how he believed those wounds came about, and he cited as corroboration the highlight of multiple skull fractures, base of skull, and cavallarium. It couldn't be any more obvious, his rooting in this document and reliance upon it. Why else would he have it in his slide presentation? And he's got the name of Dr. Scorti-Bello. And frankly, Your Honor, he didn't fight that whatsoever in the questioning of him. Then you go to underneath cause of death, blood impact, injuries of head, and hypothermia. He essentially repeated that on his testimony. And then if we could, Mr. Wilk, just go to the right. And so you've got highlighted head, skull fracture radiating from the right occipital skull and into the right parietal bone, right and left occipital foci, and bilateral anterior foci and orbital plates. Again, the highlighted means something. He's adopting it. And lastly, that the depiction of the skull here, I believe that's Dr. Welcher's handwriting. I believe that's his green, the LR, because I've never seen this green highlighting before. And it could also be Dr. Scorti-Bello's. That's another possibility. I'm not sure. But let's assume sort of the most conservative part that it's Dr. Scorti-Bello's. The key part is he's got it in there and he is referencing it. So, Your Honor, the last point really for both of them, and I wanted to save this point because it applies to both. With regard to experts, the law is clear. So I think the easiest part to show what our position here is the adoption. But in it, it's clearly shown. Adoption doesn't mean you have to agree with it. You just have to put your expert hands around it, wrestle with it, deal with it, and there is no rule of law that I'm aware of that says you can't question an expert witness unless it's something that the expert witness agrees with. If the expert witness has reviewed it and considered it, and especially if they've rejected it. The easiest is obviously reviewed, considered, and adopted. But it's certainly permissible and important to a defendant's constitutional right, Sixth Amendment to cross-examination, if an expert says or even infers, I reject this. I reject what Trooper Paul did, or I reject what Dr. Scorti-Bello did. That is decision-making of an expert that the attorney has a right to be able to test. Why did you reject it? What was your thought process in rejecting it? And that applies to both Trooper Paul and Dr. Scorti-Bello, because as I understand it, this witness, Dr. Welcher, is not, he says, I'm not relying upon Trooper Paul, which is completely false based upon what I just showed. But even if he just rejects it, in addition to what he has done, We have the right to test and get answers as to why he did it. And the same with Dr. Scordy Bello. Once he goes to this level, Your Honor, I believe it's a straightforward right, especially of a defendant in a criminal trial, and especially of the stakes and the charges this high, that we get to test it. What I think, lastly, my point here, Your Honor, the Commonwealth is doing is this. The Commonwealth knows Trooper Paul and Dr. Scordy Bello are problematic for their theory and their narrative. Trooper Paul has got, if you work backwards from his key cycles, you end up with 1162-2, their key cycle. That ends up being not in front of 34 Fairview, but it ends up when the Lexus is in the possession of the state. That is the result of that. And that was something that was addressed square head-on in the first proceeding. We're not coming up with some fanciful ghost in the second trial. This was gone through extensively in the first proceeding. And I understand this is a new trial, but it goes to show it's not something coming out of the blue, etc. And with regard to Dr. Scordy Bello, it was remarkable on the redirected. I've never seen a prosecution essentially go after the opinions and conclusion of their own medical examiner when they basically said, the medical examiner, I can't call this a homicide. The manner of death is undetermined. And the medical examiner says, I don't see any motor vehicle impact injuries. There couldn't be anything more apt, more probative than whether or not the injuries to the decedent are from a motor vehicle. The Dr. Welcher himself is saying they are. That's the essence of his opinion. It's the essence of his test. We get to be able to, respectfully, Your Honor, say, well, wait a minute. You said you looked at the autopsy. You said this. You highlight it. But you're going against the medical examiner on whether there's motor vehicle injuries. The experts can't, Your Honor, cherry pick and choose from documents. They can't use it as a shield and a sword. They can't put up, for example, Dr. Scordy Bello's autopsy report, cherry pick things that benefit from them, and then and they did it on direct. And then all of a sudden on cross, when we want to go and test that, they say, oh, no, you can't do it. Your Honor, this whole argument is absurd. And it's antithetical to the Sixth Amendment. And even if, and this is my last point, even if this were merely a civil case, this would be routine cross-examination against the expert on the side. So in conclusion, Your Honor, I respectfully request that Ms. Reed and her team be allowed to exercise their constitutional right to cross-examination, the keystone of a defense in a criminal trial, cross-examination, and that they be able to take the shield that the prosecution is trying to put on us and be able to combat the sword that the prosecution has put forward with regard to trying to cherry pick from this information, and that we get to proceed, and we get to proceed undaunted from all the serial objections yesterday that interrupted my cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honor.
Serial objections. I fucking love it. Oh, here comes Mr. Boring.
What arises from the litany of complaints by the defense is that there is no constitutional right to usurp the rules of evidence. There is no case law, as much as they urge the court and yell out the word case law and constitutional right and Sixth Amendment right. There is no case law to support what they are trying to do. It is a simple endeavor that is clouded by all the rhetoric that they offer. And it is clear, and the court knows what they're trying to do. They are trying to pit the inadmissible opinion of a non-testifying witness against a testifying witness. They have asked Dr. Scordy Bello what her opinion is, and although it's not consistent with our reading of the case law, they were allowed to introduce that it was an undetermined cause of death or mechanism. That evidence is already in front of the jury, but they can't simply repeat it because it sounds good to them or they think it's helpful. Simply because a witness uses a document or looks at it or uses part of an autopsy does not let them regurgitate an opinion that's already in evidence to try to phantom cross-examine an expert. Dr. Welcher is clear. He did not rely on Dr. Scorbello's conclusion that this cause of death was undetermined. In fact, as an aside, he said, I wouldn't, because she's not qualified for that. And so this is a simple game. Let's pit one witness against the other and suggest that the Commonwealth's witnesses are inconsistent. They take it a step further. They want to relive what they think is their past success last year in this case without actually calling the witness. They want the jury to hear their perspective that a past witness had confusion in his analysis, but they don't want to call the witness. They want you to allow them to do that, not just shouting it out and have sustained objections, which has happened this entire case, but they actually want you to be able to allow them to ask Dr. Welch these questions, which he did not rely on. We had a voir dire. He was clear. He did not rely on the analysis of Trooper Paul. He did not rely on that determination or undetermined determination by Dr. Scorbello. It is that simple. They try to throw some fluff out and they throw around some documents. We have slide 22. Simply because there's a suggestion that Trooper Paul might be the hand in the picture is not an anchor, it's not a tether, it's not an adoption, it's no such thing. In fact, if you look at that photograph, it was taken by Zach Clark. So by the rationale of the defense, they should now be able to ask Dr. Welcher any question they want about Zach Clark's opinions, efforts, what Zach Clark did. It is a photograph that he considered, not an opinion, not an analysis. It has nothing whatsoever to do with Dr. Welcher's analysis or opinions. In fact, the evidence is to the contrary. He came out, conducted an independent analysis, did all of the work himself, considered documents, and he was specific about what was part of his opinion and what was not, and this information was not part of his opinion. They turned to the Google map. Bit misleading. This was generated by Google. Two separate people used the same program, but when you look at the CARS report and you look at Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, it's different. Dr. Welcher's has a map on the side, and when you look at the numbers themselves, the CAR report says minimum 36.1, maximum 38.8. Dr. Welcher's slide, 37.9, 38.1. So in no way did he adopt, anchor, tether, use as any basis. In fact, his is different and separate, as all of his analysis is. And so the portrayal of this necessity of information so they can sneak in inadmissible opinions with no witness is simply improper. There is no case law. There is no legal support for it. They cannot reach back into last year and manipulate a witness and ask him about something that he didn't rely on because it feels good or it sounds good for their case. Dr. Welcher did not rely on Trooper Paul's analysis or reports, and he did not rely on the conclusion of Dr. Scorbello of undetermined. If they want to call Trooper Paul, well, maybe they can try to do that, but Dr. Welcher is not the right witness for it. These opinions, to try to do a credibility eval, is a core preclusion in criminal law, a core preclusion. You cannot vouch for the credibility of another witness. You cannot comment. It's like asking, did the police officer lie when he said the light was red? It's the absolute same analysis. It just has a lot of icing on it.
Very briefly, bring the jury, start getting the jury ready.
Has a lot of icing on it.
Your Honor, with regard to Trooper Paul, Mr. Brennan did not address 80% of the slides that I addressed that showed the basis. When he talked about the picture, making it seem like the picture is the only thing we're relying upon, there's clearly other items. But even the picture, Your Honor, the purpose of the picture is it's got the odometer reading. That's why they took the picture, and that's the tether. So the photo is completely relevant. It's not who's in it. It's the fact that that's the odometer reading they're using. Next point with regard to case law. Mr. Brennan presents none to go against the common sense law that has been there for years. The other thing, Your Honor, is with regard to Mr. Brennan keeps trying to put my arguments into a credibility, like we're trying to attack the credibility of Trooper Paul. He says that we're trying to redo last trial. To the contrary, Your Honor, it's the Commonwealth that brought Trooper Paul into the second trial through Dr. Welcher and Dr. Welcher's reliance on all the work of Trooper Paul. They've brought it in here. And because of that, we get the right to cross-examine it. Last point. This is not about credibility. He keeps saying something that's not happening, that we're going to attack the credibility of Trooper Paul. What we want to do is to say to Dr. Welcher, you have brought up Trooper Paul. You have used his odometer reading. That odometer reading tethers through to Google. It tethers through everything you're doing. It's the foundation. But what you're ignoring, Dr. Welcher, are all the key cycle results that come from that odometer reading that you relied upon. Dr. Welcher himself can't cherry pick, grab things that he needs from Trooper Paul to do his analysis, and then the Commonwealth say, but you can't go after that because it somehow has Trooper Paul's name on it. It's illogical, Your Honor, and it's incorrect under the law. Thank you.
Preach it, sir.
So I disagree with you, Mr. Alessi. I'm not allowing in the line of questioning regarding Trooper Paul, and I'm not allowing the line of questioning regarding Dr. Scordy-Bello.
Wow.
That's my ruling. Let's bring the jury in.
Fuck, she said, well, Bev has spoken.
Well, come over here because they're on their way.
Wow. Let's bring Trooper Paul on in there then, defense. Let's do that. Since he did all the original work and concluded this and that, and Welcher's relying on that, now I want to hear from Trooper Paul. I could care less before. That was trial one.
Mm-hmm.
You just introduced it, right? Like you said, y'all did that, not us.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane. Her rulings don't make
She's
sense.
ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and to not even say why you're ruling the way you're ruling. And it's just there's a lot of weirdness going on in this courtroom that I've never seen before. And I've
Yeah,
watched a lot of
same.
trials, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've seen a lot too, and it's just like, what in the world is happening here? This should be a lesson learned. We don't go to Kentucky, Indiana, or Massachusetts, y'all. Things won't work out well if you get in trouble. But it does go completely contradicting what the medical examiner did say in her testimony. And that's a problem. And that's why when they had her on the stand, they continued to ask her, the prosecution would say things like, but you're not a neurosurgeon, you're not a this, you're not a that. She's like, no, I'm a medical examiner. But they kept introducing these other people. I'm like, well, now I get why they were doing that, because they're going to bring them out later and they're going to go against what you're saying, ma'am. So we need to clarify you're not what they are. She's a medical examiner, but she's wrong all of a sudden. And the crash reconstructionist is correct. He's not a medical doctor. Sir, you said yourself, we're asking an engineer. He can testify to what he thinks that vehicle did, but he can't testify to what caused this and that. It's just weird. Very weird. Oh, I feel like I've lost a page of my notes. I don't know what I did with that other one. Oh, well.
Bev makes me mad. I'm glad I haven't caught all of this trial.
Oh, my God,
It's
girl.
just a little bit that I've seen of her. She's annoying.
She's really annoying, and it wouldn't be so bad if she would explain some things, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
you just don't get to say a word. That's my ruling. You don't need to know why or what law I based it on. None of that. At least Hitler takes the time to do all that when he explains something in a document.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning, members. I do appreciate you were waiting. We were doing work in here, but we appreciate your
Oh,
patience.
you're doing so much
I do
work.
have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or should be. Thank you. Could we have Dr. Welcher back in, please? And Mr. Leslie, feel free to go to the podium.
With the computer and any electronics there, so we don't have to address it.
It doesn't look like it's turned on at
Oh,
all.
okay, good. And smart watches.
So this one.
Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor.
And Dr. Welch, we're going to ask you to not turn on your computer yet.
Okey-dokey.
Thank you.
In your honors, I could smartwatches that are receiving text messages during his direct, if we can
This
make
guy
sure
is such a
that
tool.
does not occur.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you hear him say something about receiving text messages during his direct?
Or just don't look at your watch.
Oh, shit.
Right when you were talking, he said something about that.
Dr.
We'll
Welcher.
review it.
Good
Sorry.
morning.
Do you know whether there was glass found on the bumper of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV?
My understanding there was, yes.
Did you reach a conclusion on whether the glass on the bumper came from the drinking glass that you assert Mr. O'Keefe was holding at the time of the alleged impact?
I didn't have an opportunity to inspect the glass, but the glass was broken and there was glass on the bumper. That's all I know.
So you, as you sit here today, you have no
That's a lie.
basis to conclude that the glass on the bumper came from the glass that you depict as having been held by Mr. O'Keefe at the time of the alleged impact. Is that correct?
Well, you're mixing a couple things.
No, Dr. Welcher,
So can
if
I-
you can just answer my question.
I'm
If
trying
I
to.
need to rephrase it, I will. I'll ask it a different way.
Please.
You have no basis, as you sit here today, to conclude that the glass on the bumper came from a drinking glass connected to Mr. O'Keefe, do you?
Well, we have a picture of a broken glass at the scene. So I wouldn't say we have no basis. We don't necessarily have enough to conclude it's from it, though.
Do you had depictions in your test with Mr. O'Keefe holding a glass, correct?
Correct.
My question is, you have no evidence to show at all other than, and I'm talking evidence, testing information. You're saying you have no evidence that shows that the glass on the bumper is not the same glass as you showed on your slides as being found supposedly at the scene. You have no test evidence that that's the same glass, do you?
So again, the one I have at my testing obviously was not the same glass. We have pictures of a broken bar glass in the snow near where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. We have glass fragments on the rear of the bumper. That's the extent of my knowledge on the correlation between those two.
So, do you said you reviewed the reports and testimonies of various Commonwealth representatives, correct? That's in your report.
Correct. In the initial.
In the initial, right, correct. And some of those reports included forensic scientists who work for the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And you put those in your report as documents that you reviewed, correct?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, it's your testimony, you don't know whether in any of the reports of the Massachusetts State Police there is an answer to the question of whether there's any connection at all between the glass found in the snow and the glass on the bumper.
I recall it being inconclusive.
Oh, so you recall that the testing was inconclusive?
I don't remember what testing they did, but for example, when they put the taillight fragments back together, they were able to deduce that the fragments were from the taillight. I don't think they attempted to do that with the glass.
Assume that there has been testing of the glass on the bumper, and assume that that testing conclusively determines that the glass on the bumper is not the glass that was found in the snow.
Okay.
Assume that.
Okay.
How would that affect your analysis?
I'd want to know where the glass came from, but we still have a whole bunch of other elements. So I don't think it would affect the end results.
So would it have any part in your analysis with my assumption that the glass on the bumper is not the glass that's associated with the broken glass that was supposedly found in the snow?
Yes, I mean, we always want to have as much answers or as many answers as possible. So I would want to know if we could figure out where it came from.
And wouldn't the fact, assuming that the test results show there's no connection, meaning the glass on the bumper is different from the glass in the snow, wouldn't that be contrary to your theory of what happened in some way?
It depends on when the glass was actually broken. The glass was in his hand, at least that's the testimonial evidence I have seen. So it depends on whether it's broken from contact with the rear of the vehicle or broken with contact on the ground.
Assume that the glass on the bumper is not the glass that was found in the snowbank. Doesn't that, at least in part, contradict your hypothesis as to whether there was contact by the Lexus with Mr. O'Keefe at 34 Fairview?
So if you recall on my slides, nowhere did we discuss that in my slides. So no, it wouldn't contradict it. I would want to know where that glass came from.
But you didn't seek that information, did you, sir, in your analysis to determine where the glass came from?
Well, of course I did. I read the reports about it.
But you sit here and you say you don't know the answer. There's steps you could have taken to get that answer quite easily. Couldn't you have, sir?
Not me. That's a material science expert.
You've been communicating with Lieutenant Tully, haven't you?
Correct.
You couldn't have asked Lieutenant Tully that question?
To my knowledge, he's not a material science expert.
But could he have told you the result of testing on that glass on the bumper and whether it was any way associated with the glass found in the snow? Wouldn't that have been an easy question to ask him? Just, has there been testing, and if so, what's the results?
Yes, but my knowledge from reading the reports was it was inconclusive.
But you didn't read all of the reports, did you, sir?
Apparently not.
Let's turn to another topic.
Apparently you're a big asshole.
Part of your analysis involved conducting laser scans of portions of 1 Meadows Avenue, the house of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Those laser scans were used, at least in part, to answer the question of whether the collision between Miss Reed's SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse at 1 Meadows at approximately 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022, caused the right rear taillight of the Lexus to break, correct?
Correct.
And in that analysis, inches literally matter, correct?
You want to get it as accurate as possible.
And the reason why inches matter is because, and we're going to get to this, you try, and you did it in your slide presentation on direct, you tried to see whether the Lexus lined up with the Traverse such that there could be a break of the taillight. That was part of your analysis, correct?
So the main part of the photogrammetry was to determine the speeds and the angles and the degree of overlap on the vehicles. And then we also looked at the damage from the video, or actually it's just where the snow was knocked off the rear of the Chevy Traverse, and document the height of that.
You said the main part. I don't want to engage in semantics. I want to go to my question of, isn't part of the laser scan analysis to determine whether or not those two vehicles align sufficiently such that the Lexus could break, the taillight of the Lexus could break coming into contact with the Chevy Traverse? Wasn't that part of your analysis, at least in part?
Yes.
Okay. And in that analysis, inches literally matter, correct?
It can, depending on which way you're going inches.
So the Ring camera at One Meadows, you're familiar with that Ring camera, right? At
Correct.
One Meadows? That Ring camera at One Meadows was used as part of the laser scan process that you and your firm Aperture performed at One Meadows on October 2nd, 2024. Do I have the date correct?
I believe so, but like the videos were not literally used during the laser scans. We took the laser scans, the video, combined them together in a process called photogrammetry.
Okay, let's get this down to the fundamentals. You used, and that was my question, Your Honor, if we could publish the exhibit with regard to the Ring camera.
Sure, what exhibit is it?
I've got my page. Dr. Welcher, you recognize that Ring camera as being at One Meadows. You discussed it, as a matter of fact, on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
Now, that Ring camera was utilized as part of your laser scan process, correct? It was used.
So you're confusing laser scan and photogrammetry. The video, the laser scanners are together used in the photogrammetry. The camera and the laser scans are not used necessarily with each other.
Was that Ring camera used for any part of your work?
Absolutely, the photogrammetry.
I just need to be able to finish my question, sir. Was that
sorry.
Ring camera used for any part of your work at One Meadows on October 2nd, 2024?
Yes.
And it was used for what purpose?
In the photogrammetric process, to establish the position and dimensions of various things in the video. So then we could go back and overlay the vehicles and track the tracks in the snow, as well as look at the damage to the vehicles.
Right. So this was used to, as a basis, not the only one, to establish dimensions of the other work that was done in analysis at One Meadows, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Woke. You know that the Ring camera at One Meadows, in existence when Aperture did the work on October 2nd, 2024, was different than the Ring camera that was in existence on January 29th of 2022, the date where you went through to see if those two vehicles align. Is that correct? The cameras are different.
That is correct.
And you know that the cameras are different, and you knew that as part of your analysis, correct?
Correct.
Did you document the differences between the two cameras as part of any work performed at One Meadows?
Yes.
And did you measure any differences there might have been between the location of the newer ring camera from the older one that was in existence on January 29th of 2022?
No, what we did is use the current ring camera in conjunction with the old ring camera, and with the laser scans, we're able to, again, map the points onto the scene. That's why I showed you the report from the photogrammetry software that reported our error.
Sir, my question was just measurement, not your process.
Oh.
Did you measure the difference
I don't believe so.
between where the old camera was and where the new camera was?
No, it was angled slightly more to the right, though.
How would you know that if you were not retained on January 29th of 2022? How would you know where the original angles were?
Because when you look at the first camera, the one on January 22nd, it's here. The new one is slightly over to the right.
That's an eyeball approximation analysis. That's not a measurement, correct?
Well, I don't know that we actually measured it, but we accounted for it and corrected for it. But you can see, for example, what the original one shows, for example, to the left-hand side, compared to what the new one shows to the left-hand side, and it's angled more to the right.
Sir, you have experience with ring cameras, correct?
I do.
And I think a lot of members of the public have experience with ring cameras. You can move just the camera portion ever so slightly and change significantly the angle of the camera, can't you, what it captures? Just a small turn.
Potentially.
Right. Even a millimeter turn can make a change. A 2 millimeter, a 1 inch can make a significant change with regard to what the camera captures, correct?
Could, sure.
So, did you measure whether the newer camera that was present on October 2nd, 2024 was installed to the left? And I'm talking measure. To the right, to the top, or the bottom relative to the camera that was there on January 29th of 2022?
So we solved for the camera position.
I'm asking if you measured, sir.
Oh, no, we didn't measure.
So let's talk about some other differences with regard to cameras and ring cameras. Different ring cameras can have different levels of distortion, correct?
Potentially.
Cameras, well, are you saying that all ring cameras have the same level of distortion?
No, but again, they're mass produced, so you could have some that have the same exact distortion. You could have some that have different.
And you don't know the comparative distortion between what I'm just going to now refer to as the old ring camera that was there January 29, 2022, and the camera that you saw on October 2024, which I'll refer to the new camera. You don't know the difference in the distortion between those cameras as you sit here today, do you?
So we know enough information that if the distortions had been different, our errors would have been too high. And so the fact that our errors are within acceptable, or what's called an RMS error, we know that the distortions are similar enough to give us accurate measurements.
Sir, that is speculation. That is not data. That is not a measurement. You didn't measure the distortion, sir, did you? Of the cameras, you didn't have the old camera to do it.
We didn't, but we had images from the old camera, and then when we get images from the new camera and solve those camera properties and then overlay data from the old images to the new images with the point clouds, if that distortion is too great, we will have too high of errors in our project, which is why I showed the error report from the photogrammetry process to show that we have checked for that and documented that our errors are in acceptable range so that we have confidence in our results.
You do not have information from the manufacturer of ring. You didn't present it, and you don't have it, as to what is the acceptable level of distortion for the analysis that you did, do you, sir?
The
You have that from ring.
And I don't have it for Ring, but I
Thank
don't need
you.
it from Ring.
So now let's go to, if cameras have different levels of distortion, that would change the analysis in reconciling the difference between their angles. That's a pretty straightforward proposition, sir, wouldn't it?
So it depends on how much difference it is, but we have accounted for that.
With which model of the Ring camera was present at One Meadows on January 29, 2022? Which model?
I don't know. I'd have to go look through the data.
Do you believe I'm not going to take up the time to have you look, but do you really believe you've got the model of the Ring camera that was in existence on January 29th of 2022?
I don't know. I
You
need to
didn't
look through the
present it
report.
in your direct testimony, did you, sir?
I did not.
So do you have the model of the Ring camera that was present at One Meadows on October 2nd, 2024?
No.
So you don't have even the model for either one of them?
Nope. But we have videos from both of them and scans of the scene.
So now let's talk about another aspect of Ring cameras. They have mechanisms, as I was talking about earlier, that allow the user to adjust the camera angle, correct?
Correct.
And do you know whether there was a difference in the camera angle between the two cameras?
Yes, as we already discussed, there was a slight difference in the
But
angles.
you don't have a measurement of that, right, sir?
Correct.
Okay.
But we accounted for it.
So wouldn't a difference in models of Ring cameras be relevant at all to your analysis of trying to reconcile any differences between them?
So if you have video from both of them and you have laser scans with three-dimensional geometry of the scene, you can go in, and it's called a reverse camera analysis, and solve for the distortion properties. The scans give you the real-world dimensions. So once you know the real-world dimensions, you can then go in, and then solve for the camera lens properties based upon the real-world distortions. So for example, if there's a little bit of bending at the end, the laser scan data will show that, and you can correct for that knowing information about the laser scanner.
I'll
or
ask
the
the
laser
question.
scan data.
I'm sorry, I thought you finished, sir. I'm going to ask the question again because it's a narrow question. Wouldn't knowing the difference in the models be relevant? That's all I'm asking. Wouldn't it be relevant to your analysis of reconciling the differences to them? Wouldn't
No.
it be relevant?
No.
So you think the different models are irrelevant to any process you occasioned at one? It's irrelevant.
So the analysis of the video itself is more important than the models?
I'm not asking if it's more important. I'm just asking, would it be relevant?
No, I don't believe it'd be relevant.
Now let's go to another aspect of the cameras. Are key parameters in a camera that the software needs to know focal length?
It is?
Is imaging size something that is an important parameter in a camera?
Yes.
Are sampling characteristics an important parameter in cameras?
Can be.
Is the principal point, you understand that concept, sir? Is that an important parameter in a camera?
Define how you're using principal point.
Sure. A principal point of an image is the point where a camera's direct line of sight, called, as you may know, the optical axis, intersects the image plane. Does that
Gotcha,
sound
yes.
familiar? Mm-hmm. So isn't that the image's mathematical center, the principal point?
More or less, yes.
And for high accuracy photogrammetric work, it's important to know if the lens is mounted centered over the image sensor due to the small manufacturing variances, correct?
Could be important.
And if the principal point is the center of the image.
Okay.
That's relevant. So doesn't that affect the mathematical calculation of the light ray geometry?
It could.
So the variance in manufacturing between cameras is a known issue. Do you agree?
I do.
There's small manufacturing variances that affect one of the key components of the fundamental parameters of the camera, namely the principal point, right?
Correct?
Did you perform the camera calibration of the camera in place in October of 2024?
Yes, so in photogrammetry, we calibrated the photogrammetric analysis to the camera.
Did you address the principal point in that calibration? Do you have documentation that you addressed that important factor, the principal point?
So the checking of the RMS error in the software takes into account, sums up all the potential errors in the measurement, which would include that.
Okay. Sir, you know the importance of all of these topics because the output of all the work Aperture did at One Meadows, almost all of it, springs from that camera, correct?
It starts there.
Okay, it starts there. And if the starting point is wrong, then where you go from the starting point is going to be at least potentially wrong, correct?
Potentially.
Would you agree that Ring cameras have a swiveling mechanism so that the user can adjust the camera angle?
Some do.
Do you know whether the camera that was in existence on January 29, 2022 had a swiveling mechanism?
I believe it did.
Believe? Do you know?
I do not know for a fact, but
you-
those style of Ring cameras on the surveillance have adjustability that includes angle.
But you don't know whether the camera that was there, the specific camera on January 29, 2022, had a swiveling mechanism or not, correct?
Correct.
And do you know whether the camera that you saw in October of 2024 had a swiveling mechanism on it?
It did.
And where did you document the fact that it had a swiveling mechanism?
I think we have photos of the camera.
Did you document it in writing, and did you document the tolerance of the swiveling mechanism?
No.
Let's go to, and again, all of the camera, this camera that you use is the starting point for your laser scan and photogrammetry process, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's go to another topic. On your direct testimony, as I recall, you stated essentially from various information that you lined up in the video, and we're talking about the lining up of the Lexus with the Traverse. And this is at One Meadows. And so, as I understand what you did, sir, is you took what are called point clouds, 3D images, created them for the Lexus. You took created 3D images, synonym point clouds, of the Traverse, and then you attempted to line them up to determine, among other things, whether they would align sufficient so that the Lexus could line up and potentially hit the Traverse such that the tail light of the Lexus could be broken. Was that at least part of your analysis?
That was part. There was more.
So, you showed a slide, a few slides, and with your Honor's permission, what I'd like to do is to start with slide 90.
All right, do you have any problem with Dr. Welcher keeping his printed copy that he was using?
I have no problem with the printed copy, Your Honor.
So, I'm sorry, what slide again?
90.
Your Honor, my printed copy tiny. Can I pull it
Can
up?
you see the...
Yes. Yeah.
Does that slide that's part of your presentation depict a view from the top of the Lexus on the right and the Chevy Traverse on the left?
Correct.
And is that depicting contact between the two vehicles?
It is.
Now let's zero in, a closer look, and that is a contact point. Am I correct?
Correct? I mean, there's multiple points. There's more than one.
Multiple points, but it shows more clearly the contact
Correct.
between the two vehicles. Now, if we could the next, and that is number 91, Mr. Wolf. So, Your Honor, 91. I think these are just going to go in order for a few, and I'll keep announcing them. So, this is 91, same vehicles, just a different viewpoint. Is that correct, Dr. Welcher?
Correct. This and the next slide.
I just want to stay
I know.
with this one. I
Hold
just
on a
asked the
second.
question, does it show the contact?
Right, so go ahead and answer now.
This slide and all the other slides, we're trying to show the angle of contact, but because it's two-dimensional image, you're losing some perspective. For example, here you're seeing the chrome piece on Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet, which is on the right. You're seeing it obviously behind where the Lexus is. So we were trying to show it at a whole bunch of different angles to try and illustrate the degree of closeness or lack thereof.
Alrighty. So,
Thank you.
is it correct that on your direct examination, you said in sum and substance, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about a 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles? Is that what you recall saying on direct?
That is correct.
And that you stated that supposed 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap was insufficient to cause the tail light of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet. Do you recall saying that?
That's correct.
Now, I would like you to look at that. This is from your slide presentation. Is that not showing contact between the two vehicles?
Oh, it absolutely is not. What you're seeing is a portion of the vehicle that is behind the area. Keep in mind the angle, the Lexus is angled off to the left. So the area that you see here is actually, in this case, in front of where the taillight is. This is why we tried showing it from a whole bunch of different angles, because when you try and take a two-dimensional image and look at it, you see stuff in the background. So and again, this is why in the computer, we overlaid them, looked at the measurements, in the computer where you don't have this, we have the three-dimensional measurements, and it does not hit.
Where did you show in your slide presentation what you just said, that it doesn't show an overlap?
So
Where?
it shows a contact. It definitely contacted, I'm sorry, Mr. Reporter, down below here. It does not show a contact here. So to answer your question, all the next slides were our attempt to do that. So all the next slides is your answer.
We're going to go to those next slides. So just to be clear, you're saying that depiction does not show any contact between the taillight of the Lexus and the Chevy Traverse.
So the upper taillight, just to be clear, because the lower taillight is much closer.
Well, it's not only much closer, it's in contact, isn't it, sir?
It's very close. It's probably within an inch being in contact.
Oh, so you state that even the lower part of the taillight is not making contact?
So, again, maybe there's a photo we could show or a scan. That is on the rear of the vehicle, and it contacts on the corner, which is just around, so maybe like an inch or so in front of it on the corner.
I'm just going with what you presented in your slide
Well, let's
presentation.
go to the next slides, and then
Sir,
maybe
I
we'll see
will
it.
determine which slides we go
Okay.
to on my questioning.
I'm just hoping
So
to answer your
now let's
question.
go to, Mr. Wolf, the next slide
There we go.
in your presentation. My question is zeroing in. Are you saying that slide does not show contact between the tail light of Ms. Reed's Lexus and any part of the Chevy Traverse?
Yeah, absolutely. It's exactly what it shows.
Holy shit.
You can see a little better here. Again, we tried all these different angles, which is why all these slides are in there. But you can see some of the geometry of the light. This structure And again, remember I said the Chevy kind of curves in as it goes up a little bit?
Let's go to the next slide. 40. 40, yes, please. Is it working? 41, Your Honor.
Right, thank you.
One moment, Your Honor.
That's Exhibit 41? No, I have a question, because that's not my slides.
So, Mr. Alessi, is this exhibit number 41, or is this from the PowerPoint? Because,
Slide 41. Slide.
okay.
Yes.
So I'm putting this up because I want to show an actual photograph of that tail light, and I would like you, sir, to focus on the quarter panel tail light in each. Do you see a jutting out of the quarter panel tail light in that photo? Do you see it jut out?
So I don't know if you and I are talking the same thing. There are little fins here.
Correct. Now, what I'd like to do is to go back to the depiction we were just looking at, and that depiction doesn't show the jutting out, does it?
No, it does. Those are actually more on the side of the vehicle. You can't see them in this image.
Correct. You
But-
can't see them.
Hold on a second. I wasn't finished.
Oh, shit.
But
sir.
they are 100% there. We actually did special hand scans with a hand scanner of the taillight to put it back on to the vehicle.
You say they're 100% there, but you can't see it in that depiction, can you? The jutting out that you could see in the two-dimensional one we just saw. You can't see it.
I can't see who's behind that wall because it's being blocked by something. I can't see on the side of that taillight because it's on the side I can't see. It's being blocked.
Sir, my question is simple. You cannot see the jutting out of the tail light in this depiction, can you?
Correct.
Okay, now let's go on to the next question in this topic. You could have easily solved what you consider to be the issues you had with trying to show it lining up, couldn't you, sir? You had an easy solution for that.
I took the best solution. I'm not sure what
You
you're referring
had
to.
3D images, correct?
I did.
You could have shown and measured 3D images to get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans, on top of each vehicle. So we took the, we took
Sir,
the vehicles.
please don't interrupt.
Hold on.
Your
Hold
Honor,
on.
he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not, and I think that's distracting to the jury. I'm not interrupting
Hold
him.
on, hold on.
Tell her.
Let the witness answer the
I
question.
am. I'm just holding my hand like this, Your Honor. He keeps saying that I'm doing
Mr.
something.
Alessi, please.
All right.
Go ahead, finish the answer, Dr. Long.
Again, in the photogrammetric analysis, I showed the video. I showed how we overlaid the point cloud on top of the video. That proves that the way we solved it, correct camera characteristics, matches. Otherwise, that would be distorted. We overlaid the scans of the Lexus into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid the scans of the scene into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid all that stuff into the analysis. We did exactly what you're suggesting.
You could have easily addressed this issue by the following. If you really believe there was no contact or not sufficient contact, you could have produced a graphic that shows a gap between the two vehicles, a graphic, couldn't you? That's not a graphic.
What is that?
Sir,
The fuck?
I get to ask the questions, and you are to answer them subject to the judge's ruling. So my question is, couldn't you have created a graphic that would have better shown the issue that you are creating or talking about today? That's my question. Couldn't you have created a graphic?
We did. We created a whole bunch of graphics.
You called what we just saw a graphic?
Yes.
Well, if there's a gap, why isn't there then something that shows a clear gap?
Because when you have the angulation of the vehicles, you have perspective. When you're looking at it, even if you do it top down, you see everything projected onto a single flat plane. So you can't tell the height of things. So when you see things in this dimension, you can't necessarily see depth of things. So you lose in two-dimensional images, you lose one dimension depending on which way you're looking. That's why I showed it from all these different angles to try and show exactly what you're saying. We had graphics to do that.
3D images allow you to show perspectives for 360 degrees, correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, none of what you presented in your slideshow shows the contact points from 360 degrees, does it?
I don't understand your question. Are you asking if I showed it at every single, I went through 360 slides that showed it at every single degree?
Sir, let's move on. I think I've made the point.
So I'm going to strike the comment,
Okay.
Mr. Liss.
Dr. Welcher, let's go to the next topic. And keep with these two depictions. Are these two images point clouds or 3D images? Are these two?
Those are one and the same thing. They're yes.
I would use them as synonym. Which term of the two do you want to use? Point cloud or 3D images?
Both are fine. It's a 3D image composed of points.
Okay, so let's just call them 3D images so we
Okay.
can do this more quickly. The Lexus and the Chevy Traverse that are depicted there are both 3D images of those vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And Aperture created the 3D images, correct?
Correct.
Sir, did you do these scans and did you personally create these images?
No, one of the assistants at Aperture did.
So you're speaking about what somebody else did at Aperture, correct?
They were doing it at my direction. And for example, the Lexus scan, I showed the photographs. You can see the gentleman that works at Aperture, Mike Morelli, was scanning them for me while I was doing the rest of the inspection. And then the hand scanning of the rear tail light was done by another engineer. I was out there with him doing it, taking measurements. And then same thing with the Chevy Traverse.
My question is, you didn't do the creation of these 3D images, did you?
The individual images, no.
All right, so let's go to these individual images. These are 3D images, is that your testimony?
Yes.
Let's look at the taillight.
Okay.
That's not a 3D image, that's a Photoshop, isn't it?
Nope.
Oh, so it's your testimony that that taillight is a 3D image?
That absolutely is a 3D image. The way you can tell is when you get up near the chrome, because lasers don't like shiny objects, you start to get a scatter. So see all these dots here? If that was a photo, you wouldn't have these dots.
Let's go to the Chevy Traverse. Let's, Mr. Woke, zero in on the content, yeah. There's grain on that taillight, in the taillight. That's a 3D image of a taillight, isn't it, sir?
They're both 3D images.
Well, I just want to stay with one. That taillight is a 3D image, and one of the ways you can tell is because it's got all that grainy material on it, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back, Mr. Woke, to the Lexus. let's now go to the bumper.
But do you want me to explain the difference?
No,
Okay.
thank you. I would like to go to the bumper. Do you see any the predominance of any grainy image on the bumper?
There's a little bit. So, for example, when you get near edges, it has a hard time with edges.
I'm
So
sorry, the bumper cover.
right.
See the bumper cover up above?
This whole thing is the bumper cover. That's the step pad. That's the rear body panel or the rear deck lid.
I'm talking about the step pad, sir? Just the step pad of the bumper?
Are you asking about just from here to here?
Correct. The bumper step
Can we
pad.
zoom in on it?
Pardon me?
Can we zoom in on it?
Sure. Do you see any?
Yeah, I see graininess.
Let's go over to...
Right in here. You can see it all through here. You see it through here.
Well, I'm talking about the step pad, not the entire bumper. I'm just talking about the step pad.
Right. So you're zooming in on the bumper.
Right.
The step pad is this structure up here.
We're going to move up. It just takes a while. So your testimony is that is a...
Can you zoom in more?
That's... You would like it zoomed in?
Yes, sir.
Sure. Your testimony is that that is a 3D image, not a Photoshopped step bumper cover. Is that correct?
So we have mapped the color over the 3D scans. We used 2 separate scanners. If you recall, when I got out to Miss Reed's vehicle, that taillight was gone. So we had to replace the taillight.
Talking about the bumper cover, not the taillight.
Okay, I'm explaining the process.
I'm just asking about the bumper cover, not the process.
So focus your answer on the bumper.
That is a laser scan.
Okay, so your
That's a 3D
testimony
model.
is the step part of the bumper cover is a 3D image from a laser scan, and it's not a Photoshop. That's your testimony.
Absolutely.
And you didn't perform the work for the 3D that you claim the bumper step up is. You didn't do that work to produce that depiction, did you, sir? Somebody else in your firm did it.
So this is all done at my direction. The engineers that work for me, so I'm telling them what to do. I'm not the one punching the keys.
That's my
I'm saying,
question.
I need you to do this, and this. Use the hand scanner, go scan the light. I need to put this back in because it was missing when we got to it. So, no, I'm not punching the keys.
Okay,
Oh.
so
That's beneath you, right, sir? That's beneath you. Because you're so freaking smart, you just go bossing everybody around. This guy's level of arrogance is what bothers me the most. I cannot stand arrogant ass people. Y'all are like the plague in my eyes. It's such a turn off personality trait to have is arrogance. I can't with that shit. It annoys me to no end.
Yeah.
And I see a lot of arrogance everywhere lately, and it's like if that's what I'm supposed to be on the internet to get clicks and views, I'm sorry, but I just can only be me. And arrogance is just not a flattering trait to have, in my opinion. It turns me off.
Oh yeah. I mean, on the one hand, he's, like, I don't know, confident or whatever, and on another hand, when Leslie's trying to catch him up on something, then he gets all brand new again, and I'm
That's
just
exactly
like, oh, dude,
exactly. And
huh?
that's where he
I
loses
don't
us,
understand
right?
the question.
Yeah.
What?
How can
Like,
y'all be so
yeah.
smart at 1 minute and then the next minute it's
Mhm.
like we're just dumbfounded and don't know
Yeah.
anything? It's like stop insulting our intelligence. That's a second pet peeve I can't stand.
Mhm.
Insulting people's intelligence is ridiculous. And this Mr. R, now he done blew it with me. I don't like entitled people.
Mhm.
I don't care what degree you hold and where your background is. You are not better than I am. And for him to sit there, well, I'm not punching in the things. I'm just telling them what to do. Dude, I wouldn't work for you. I'd be like, I'm going to another company now. This guy's an asshole. You don't even appreciate my key punching. Wasn't for the key punchers, you wouldn't have a damn job, sir.
with regard to, no, we don't need him back up, Mr. Wolf. Isn't it correct that 3D images
This is just a half day
allow
today, right?
for proper
thank God.
and most accurate measurements as opposed to 2D images. Is that a
Because
correct
I'm a little
general
over this
statement?
guy.
I mean, generally, yeah.
Okay, that's my question. So let's go to the next topic. Let's talk about hydraulics on the Lexus SUV.
He's wearing a ring, Sajoy, I noticed. I wondered the same.
What type of hydraulic system does the Lexus SUV have?
So it has a mechanism, I believe it's actually pneumatic, it's air-based system that raises it up and down.
Do you know what the name of that system is, sir?
No, not off the top of my head.
Do you know how it works
I do.
specifically?
Well, I mean, I know generally that there's a button on the interior where you can raise and lower the ride height.
And is that the extent of your knowledge of that system on the Lexus?
No, again, I know when you park it, it'll drop down the ride height. When you adjust it for different roadway conditions, it'll change the ride height.
Do you know what the height tolerances are? In other words, the lowest to the highest?
I believe it's around 1.25 inches. At one point in time, I measured it. I don't remember off the top of my head.
So you believe it's 1.25 inches up and 1.25 inches down? How do you apply the 1.25 inches?
I recall the total being like 1.25 inches, but I measured it at one point in time. I just don't remember off the top of my head.
Would you be surprised to hear that the tolerance is 5 inches?
Yeah, I was
on
going
that
to say
vehicle?
it's
I
more
would be
than an inch and
surprised.
a
I don't
quarter.
recall it being that much, but I would need to double check.
Assume that the manual as well as other informations support that the tolerance is 5 inches and that specifically the vehicle can be raised 3 inches high and it can be lowered 2 inches. That's the basis for the 5. What was the suspension height of Miss Reed's Lexus that you used for your accident reconstruction analysis out front at 34 Fairview between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022 to determine whether it was possible for the spoiler on the back of the Lexus to make contact with the eye of Mr. O'Keefe? If it was even possible, what did you use for a measurement of the suspension?
Matched the measurements from when the vehicle was tested, I believe on February 1st at the Canton Police Department.
What match did you make?
So we aligned the bottom of the taillight, actually the sheet metal right below the taillight. So we adjusted the height of the Lexus to match that.
Did you in any place document what level the Lexus was at the time of any testing, meaning the suspension? Did you document at all?
Yes.
Where?
Slide 107.
Can we have slide 107, Mr. Wolf?
And then if you could zoom in on the lower photograph, the gentleman with the blue shirt. Zoom in a little more, please. So if I may, we matched the bottom of the sheet metal here to photographs when it was at the Canton Police Department.
Sir, my question is, where did you document whether the suspension was at 0, whether it was +3 or -2? Where did you document that?
Right here.
And what are the numbers of the documentation of that?
I don't know. We were matching the photos. So I don't care what the numbers are. I care that the height is the same.
Okay, so I just heard you say, if I heard correctly, you don't care what the
I heard that too.
suspension
Yep.
is at. Is that your
No,
testimony?
I don't care what the suspension number is as long as the heights match.
I understand. I understand.
Get a ruler.
So, what was the suspension height of Miss Reed's Lexus at 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022, while at One Meadows? and colliding with the Chevy Traverse. What was the suspension height then?
We assumed it was the same as when it was at the Canton Police Department.
Exactly.
Assumed?
You assumed, but there's no measurement like was just on that depiction. There was no note that said, okay, we're doing this very important and inches sensitive measurements to see whether the tail light on the Lexus makes contact with the Traverse, but there's no measurement and no documentation of what the suspension height was at One Meadows, correct?
So we took the closest measurement in time to the One Meadows event, which is when it was at the Canton Police Department. That was the best information we had.
Well, that information isn't very good because the vehicle had to go from Canton to One Meadows, and when the vehicle drives, the way the suspension system works, it's automatic. When you go above 20 miles an hour, the suspension comes up, and when you turn off the vehicle, it goes down so you can get out easier. So it would be improper to assume that the suspension at One Meadows would be the same at another location.
That's the only, sorry.
Was there an objection? Go ahead and answer.
Like you knew that
That's the
objection
extent of the
was
information
coming.
we had. We had it when it was at the Canton Police Department.
That's-
We matched that height.
Sorry, sir. I understand.
Shady fucker.
But actually, you brought up a good point. It's going so slow when it's backing up that it wouldn't raise up. So the static position when it's backing up would be the static position.
But it wouldn't be going in backup from the Canton Police Department to One Meadows. It wouldn't be going back up when it's going in other locations, sir, right? It would be driving forward. It had to get from point A to point B.
Right, but as you pointed out, when you turn it off, it drops down, and then you turn it on, and then once you go above 20, as you indicated, it goes up. But when she's backing up, she never goes more than a couple miles an hour. So it's going to be at the same position as when you start, which is approximately the same position when it's off at the Canton Police Department a couple days later.
Do you know whether the suspension system locks when there is testing of the infotainment system?
Whether the suspensions, I don't know.
Okay. Let's go on to the next topic.
Oh, God.
You're aware of the vehicle control. Excuse me, Your Honor.
This dude.
He's a bit much.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would have told him off. That's attorney's doing.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to go.
And tell them all
I'm
off.
changing topics to go back now to Fairview, 34 Fairview. You don't know what the suspension ride height at 34 Fairview was on January 29th of 2022, do you?
Correct.
So therefore, if you don't know what the suspension height was, because of course you weren't there on January 29, 2022, therefore there's no measuring stick, as you say, you assert that you would have accounted for it in your methodology. So you don't have the suspension height for that key day, do you, sir?
I only have it 2 days later.
All right. So when you talk about key measurements, such as the spoiler on the top of the Lexus and the inches that are important as to whether things such as is there a contact with the front eye, you don't have some data that would be relevant to that calculation, the sum data being the suspension height of the Lexus at that time, do you?
So we have some data. We have photos of the vehicle 2 days later. We don't know the exact height outside because, as you alluded to, we don't have a measurement on January 29th of it, but we do have it 2 days later. That's the source of the measurement.
You don't have the suspension height or the setting of the suspension of the Lexus that existed on January 29, 2022, do you?
Correct.
Now let's go on to another topic. Within the 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, I'm not going to go over them, but you asserted various measurements, height, width, with regard to the Lexus, correct? It wasn't just for the spoiler at the top, correct?
Correct.
And for all those other measurements that you talked about, you did not have the suspension height and the suspension setting of the hydraulic system of the Lexus on January 29th, 2022, did you?
So the hydraulic's only going to affect the vertical dimensions. It doesn't change anything left to right, and it doesn't change anything down the side of the car.
Understood. But for the measurements that are affected by vertical, you didn't have the suspension height of the Lexus system on January 29th, 2022.
Again, I only know what it is 2 days later.
So now let's go on to vehicle control history. Sir, you understand what I mean by vehicle control history of
You do? This is
VCH?
tech stream information?
Are you aware of what is called the Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles?
Of course, we showed it on my slides.
And the Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles is sometimes referred to as the black box?
No, you're mixing up two things. So the Bosch is like the tools.
It's a question, sir.
So, can you answer that with a yes or no?
Is the Bosch crash data retrieval system the black box on Lexus vehicles? I just wanted to repeat it so we can
I
read it.
didn't hear what the objection. You objected?
I'd like him to be able to finish his answers.
Yeah. So the question was just asked. Can you answer that question?
No, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, next question, Mr. Wilson.
I'm going to ask the question, sir. The Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles, you're familiar with that? Are you familiar with it?
There is no such thing in the Lexus.
A Lexus does not have a Bosch crash data retrieval system?
No.
Have you read the report of Trooper Paul,
Yes.
May 2023? Does that report not use the exact words posh? Let me ask this. Do you recall?
Sustained.
Sustained.
Let's go to the VCH system in Lexuses. Is the VCH system intended by Lexus as a diagnostic tool for their technicians, Lexus technicians, to assist in vehicle repair and maintenance? Is that what that is created for?
That's their stated purpose.
Right. And is a synonym for VCH TechStream?
Sort of. TechStream, similar, like Bosch is the hardware and software to access the black box data. TechStream is the software to access, for example, the pre-collision system, the PCS system, and the VCH, which is the vehicle control history. So TechStream which does a lot of other stuff, but does access that information.
You just mentioned Bosch, didn't you, sir?
So Bosch is not in the Lexus. You use Bosch stuff sold by Bosch, Bosch software and hardware, and you walk up to the Lexus with all the Bosch stuff and plug it in and download the event data recorder, the EDR, the black box. That was my problem. There is no
Understood.
Bosch stuff in the Lexus.
I understand, sir. That was going to be the question that I was trying to get to, but you've explained it, so I don't have to answer the question. Let's go to the VCH database. That you say the stated purpose is to assist technicians at Lexus in vehicle repair and maintenance.
So I didn't say that was a stated purpose. I'm saying that's what Lexus or Toyota says is a stated purpose. It's being used in litigation all the time. All I know is that's what Lexus and Toyota says, but again, it came about right when we started seeing all the sudden accelerations in the Toyota vehicles.
So my question is the VCH database specific to Toyota and Lexus vehicles?
So it's not a database, it's software.
Is the software specific to Lexus and Toyota, the VCH?
Those particular acronyms are, yes.
Want to move to another topic, and we are almost finished. We have just 2 more topics, sir. How common were VCH events when Miss Reed owned the Lexus?
In 2022,
Do you know the ownership period of Miss Reed with respect to the Lexus? Do you know how long she owned it?
I have that documentation. I'm doing it off the top of my head.
Do you have an approximate?
No, I mean, it was a 2021 vehicle. Our accident's January 29, 2022. But I did get that information.
Do you know how many VCH events were associated with the Lexus of Miss Reed?
I did not count them, no. I have them all.
Do you
I was
have-
only focused on the ones around our time period.
Exactly. But do you have the number of events? Do you know how many there were?
I could get it for you.
How long would it take, sir?
3 minutes?
Why don't we come back to it?
Okay.
And we'll see if it's...
How about I start this so that we don't have to wait for it to boot up? And then when we come back to it, it's ready to go. You
As
okay
long
with
as
that?
that's all you're looking at, sir.
Yep.
Thank you. And then pick your head up, please, so I can finish these 2
Please,
topics.
go ahead.
So, how often were VCH events recorded on the Lexus before January 29th of 2022?
Man, I have to pull this data up.
Fair
to
enough, fair enough.
answer that
I
question.
assume that's going to be in what you're also pulling up.
That's the goal here.
Would the number be about 15, 1-5? Does that sound right to you?
Let's see. 1, 2. There's 18.
18. So there were your records show that there were 18 VCH events recorded on Miss Reed's Lexus, correct?
Before the subject one.
Right. Did you conclude that any of those events, other than the 1162-2, were a collision?
No.
Now let's go to reverse recorded events. Can you tell how many of those 18 events were reverse recorded events? And you know what I mean by reverse recorded events?
Yes.
The vehicle going in reverse?
Correct.
How many of those events were the vehicle going in reverse?
And this is before.
4. Other than...
He asked
No, no,
you,
I said
is this before?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, I would have to pull up the PCS file.
Could you start that and I can continue on with the questioning?
I got to, so the PCS file is I have a second laptop that has
Here's what I'm going to
texturing.
do. That's not important for me to keep going and get through it,
Okay.
so let's just stay on the events,
A
okay?
second laptop. Damn.
Yep.
Only
Maybe they should have patted him
one
down before he
of
got on
all
the
of
stand.
those
I'm
events,
saying.
those 18, are you concluding that there was a collision associated with them, correct? Just one?
No, all those 18 are before. The collision's number 19.
No, I'm saying, I understand what you're saying, but for all the other events that are recorded, you're not, other than the January 29, 1162-2, you're not concluding that any of those were collisions, correct?
I didn't look at them. They were so far mileage away from everything.
But you're not concluding, even though they were so far away and you didn't look at them, you don't conclude from the information you have that any of them were a collision, correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
Let's go to 5:07 a.m. on January 29th, 2022 at One Meadows, the home of Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay.
There was a collision between Ms. Reed's 6,000-pound Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's approximately 4,500 Chevy Traverse. That's undisputed, correct? They collided. They made contact.
They touched.
Right. But the actual collision at One Meadows did not register the recording of an event on the Lexus VCH system, did it?
Correct. It's too minor.
So, however, you want this jury, sir, to conclude that the glancing blow that you contend occurred at 34 Fairview Road by the same 6,000-pound Lexus in contact with a mere 216-pound man did register an event on the Lexus, correct?
No. The impact didn't register the event. As I pointed out, the trigger was from when the accelerator pedal went to 30%. The tech stream does not register crashes at all. It registers excessive acceleration, excessive steering, excessive braking, things like that, things that would be part of the maintenance system. So the tech stream will never register an event, even if you hit a wall at 100 miles an hour necessarily. I mean, it'll cause fault codes and things like that, but that's not what it does. The trigger here was transitioning into reverse and then gunning the accelerator pedal in reverse. And so when it went from 30 up to 74% throttle, once it went over 30 in that transition, that's what triggered the tech stream. It had nothing to do with, and that's why I'm telling you, I don't know when in that event the impact occurred, because the tech stream doesn't tell you that.
Thank you. That
You're
is
welcome.
exactly my point. The tech stream information doesn't tell you when a collision occurs, does it?
Correct.
That's all the questions I have at this time, Your Honor.
All right, why don't we take our morning recess, Charles?
Are they going to morning break or a sidebar? I had to step away for 1 second. I didn't take my phone with me to monitor the situation. Oh, goodness. This guy. This town's going to drive me to drinking. He is so contradicting. Yeah, morning break. Figures. It figures. That's how we roll in Canton. I wonder if they'll just go right up till lunch and then dismiss the jury and do whatever they're going to do. That one piece of glass off that bumper was the one piece turned in by Buchanan, and it didn't match any of the other glass pieces. Glass pieces that Trooper Proctor brought in to be examined all happened to match, except for that piece on the back of that bumper. Testified to by Christina Hanley. And there's another, because I'm going back through my notes because the contradictions are just adding up and stacking up. And this one guy trying to cancel out and cherry pick the stuff from the other experts who are like medical people, and trained forensic scientists and all. He's just up here going, y'all can't trust anybody because I'm the smartest guy in the room. You lost me a long time ago with that shit. Go sit down. And the medical examiner continued to point out hypothermia is not what killed John O'Keefe. Did they want to act like that was a big part of it? Because he laid out there all night long. The prosecution wants us to believe that was a huge part of it, but it wasn't. It was a contributing factor, but not the cause. There was something too about, his little reconstruction video, the paint scenario. And I was watching, and I noticed it when he did it because, we're watching it live, and I didn't go back and review it until last night. And I watched it, and I thought, well, if that's accurate, which we know it's probably not, there would have been a lot more damage to the upper arm of John O'Keefe. If you look at the way the guy, you know, the car hits his arm and he kind of rolls. And then when, I don't remember if it was in the middle of the night or when it was, when I watched this court TV piece, the lady on there noticed the same thing. And they rewatched it a couple times. I was like, yeah, because it didn't make any sense when he did it compared to the types of injuries. Maybe I'll get that piece up at lunchtime or after we're done here and show you guys what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. And Microdots dropped something last night. I don't know really what time they did it. I didn't see it till early this morning, so I wasn't on the internet much last night. And talking about what I've been saying about how far Karen Reed would have had to pull up to back up to hit John O'Keefe with enough force to fling him up into the yard instead of knocking him down right where he stood. I don't need engineers to come and explain force to me, right? I get it, but that never made sense. If they, and then you had to go back and look at some of the times they got from other testimony to pinpoint where this SUV was allegedly parked out there. It's not math and it's not making any sense. And I've tried to make it make sense for the prosecution, but it's not my fault if their shit don't make sense. If it made sense, I'd be like, you know what, that makes a lot of sense. But it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, it's almost some people can't just talk about this case openly and discuss what was just said because it's like you got to choose a side. And I'm not down with that got to choose a side world. It's so weird to me. Everybody can do what they want. I'm talking about the different types of injuries, though, that arm would have, the upper arm, elbow to shoulder, right? We had to make that clarification yesterday as well. So, yeah, there is something there, but not to the extent that it would have been when you rewatch the video and the way his shoulder rolls with the car. That's what I'm talking about, the back of the shoulder, right? And we'll have to review that again and see if you guys see what I'm talking about. It half-ass lines up with his theory, right? It's not a complete and accurate depiction. Yeah, his paint test was, and they use that kind of paint in all kinds of different scenarios. If you go do some research, you'll see that it's actually a legit thing that's used from time to time, especially they're trying to get the way a pattern would have been left and things of that nature. So I get what they were doing. I'm not here to tear that old, body paint situation down, but because I'm trying to ignore the hoopla about it because that's going to take away from the actual evidence, and there's no evidence that car hit that man. So if I look at that video and evaluate it just on its merit, not outside of all the other stuff, you can see it's not It's a theory, full on. That's it. Just like there's a theory something happened in the home. And what it's going to come down to is which expert am I going to believe? Because I can't believe any of these regular witnesses that are with the police department and friends of friends of friends. Can't believe anything any of them saying. Almost can't trust what a paid expert's going to tell you. And a paid expert comes into every single case we look at going forward. So I can't even tear down the fact they're paid experts, because guess what? That's what courts do. Prosecution and defense all have paid experts constantly. It's a thing. Just doesn't mean we believe them, right? We don't have to believe it. We can use logical common sense to determine things. We do have that. Yeah, was their half-assery just common practice, right? Nothing to see here. We got this. Why is that doing that? Spinning, spinning. There you go. Half-assed investigation, half-assed testimonies, all the things. I don't know why that keeps spinning. Let me take that down and bring it back up. You know, if they hadn't done such a crappy job on their evidence collection, they may be a little more believable, right? But your sloppiness, if you just, all the things stack up in this case. It's not just one thing here, one thing there. It's like they're starting to stack up. I mean, because I could easily sit here and tear the guy down from using paint and all that and distract from the actual lack of evidence he presented. Okay, let me see something here. Oops. Okay. Hold on, I'm trying to find something, guys, that I wanted to look at, and I'm having to get to the right spot. And for some reason, my internet's like, there we go, acting wonky. Okay. I'm going to go back and review this that I was talking in, that Dolphin pointed out that I didn't hear because I was talking. All right, let's let this play. It's coming up in just a sec. Well, I thought it was.
We're also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their hands. Thank you. Could we have Dr. Welcher back in, please? And Mr. Leslie, feel free to go to the podium.
With the computer and any electronics there, so we don't have to address it.
It doesn't look like it's turned on at
Oh,
all.
okay, good. And smart watches.
So this one.
Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
And Dr. Welch, we're going to ask you to not turn on your computer yet.
Okie dokie.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, if I could, smart watches that are receiving text messages during.
What do y'all think that was all about? People already had their speculations about what he was doing on the laptop. I got questions about what all of them are doing on their laptops, if I'm going to be honest. There's some real time information being spit out into the world that came right out of that courtroom.
I'm back. What happened?
Oh, I just replayed the little piece about they're on break.
Oh.
I just replayed the little piece about him taking off the smartwatch and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But people
Oh,
were
wow.
already speculating he was getting things, sent on the laptop or
Nice.
whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Thing is, over a week, there's been things being put out on Twitter in real time that I know are coming out of that courtroom. So I'm not here to judge who's doing what on laptops because everybody has a laptop open at that desk. And I'm just going to look at that fairly and call it what it is. He needs to get off his devices. The judge should have made sure nobody had a device when they're on the stand. I don't care who they are. And she's like really giving this guy a lot of leeway, and I don't understand why she's doing
Yeah.
that. I don't get that part of it. I don't even know how to begin to try to evaluate her bullshit.
Yeah,
I,
really.
I don't. It's not going to take up my energy and give me a freaking headache.
I just leaned back and looked out the window. I saw a deer running, walking by my front window. So I was like,
Did
oh,
you?
cute.
I'm so
Yeah.
upset because these guys that live over here next to me, they ride back in the fields. And anyway, it's a whole ass story. But for 2 years, I would have the deer come out of the tree lines and
Mm-hmm.
graze across that back field, and I would just sit outside and watch them forever.
Mm-hmm.
This year, they haven't been back this year. And
Oh.
I think it's because they fed up out there and these deers are caught on to what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, nah, we're not trying to be your dinner.
Yeah. The whole time I was gone, they kept checking the back, because I've got a dish out there for them in the
Yeah.
back and the front. Yep. They kept setting off my notifications, so I was like, I'm, just out doing my thing, and I would see a notification, and I'd look at it, and I was like, oh, there was a
Yeah.
cat out there last night. I was like, whose cat
Was
is
there?
that? Yeah.
Cat come out of nowhere.
Hmm. And
That's
there you go. There's motion detected at my back door. That's the deer that just walked around from the front.
Yeah, I was so disappointed my deer didn't come back this year. I was like, I would be like walking over there to that guy's house and be like, look, dude, really? You
Hmm.
got all these woods. Why you got to mess with the deer in my backyard?
Hmm.
Yeah, scared them off. I don't know. We see a lot of
No.
wildlife up here, but yeah. This man's testimony, like y'all need to get this. He needs to go home and get his drink on because you can tell he's probably has a nice
Yeah.
probably has that nice cocktail glass in his hand. And he also testified yesterday that he did indeed go to the waterfall bar and he
Hmm.
tried to get those glasses or a replica of that same glass, and they had different glasses. Then he's over here today talking about, oh, I didn't try to get the glass. Yeah, you did.
I think I would have asked him, are you having a senior moment?
Exactly. You don't recall your yesterday's testimony about the
Hmm.
whole glass thing?
Yeah.
So how can we trust your memory? Oh, we can't because you've got a couple of laptops you got to keep referring to and a big binder.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we forgot the case is old. Y'all have forgotten everything you've done. Like weird stuff happening.
So I'm looking at Butterfly's comments about the upper arm injuries and the paint didn't touch this guy's upper arm, all that. I'm also wondering now when they were talking about the hydraulic system and everything, if he didn't raise that SUV, then the tail light wasn't raised. You know what I mean? I'm like,
Uh-huh.
hmm.
I do. I get it. And
So yeah.
yeah, and that's important because that changes the height of the vehicle
Hmm.
for their alleged testing purposes. Oh,
Yeah. Because as soon as he said an inch and a half, I was like, no, dude.
yeah,
Because, the one that I have, it's, my mom's old Lexus. Yeah, it,
yeah,
goes up a lot higher than 1.5. It's very noticeable, when you raise it. So, yeah.
yeah. It makes a difference, especially when they're doing their calculations and their measurements and all the things. All of that matters. And then he's going to talk about, well, I don't care about those numbers. You're like, well, I understand what you're saying, sir, but you don't make yourself sound real intelligent when you're saying that.
No, I mean, and you know damn well what the man is asking you. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And this whole quibbling back and forth, whether it's, this word or that word, or, oh, this is Lexus's term, blah, 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 or whatever. Well, isn't that what we're talking about?
Hmm.
Alexis, or whatever. Nobody asked you what the industry uses, just like,
Right.
come on.
It,
I think I would literally, if I was the attorney, I think I would literally tell him, sir, this is taking way much longer than it needs to. You know what I mean? It's like
yeah.
if he could just, you know,
Well, he wants to call the
answer the
shots.
questions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
he
fact that he's up
does.
there telling the attorney what we're going to do next and how we're going to do it.
Mhm.
And the attorney's like, when he kind of got testy with the judge, I don't blame him.
Mhm.
Because at that point, this man is, discrediting you right here in front of the jury and everybody, basically, or talking down to the attorney as if he doesn't know what he's talking about, and it's like that is
Mhm.
so out of line. And the fact that she's just allowed that to continue my biggest issue with her right now, because she's done a
Yeah.
lot. Yeah, she's done a lot of sketchy things that I can sit here and bitch and complain about, but I've seen a lot of judges do similar things, so I don't worry about the shit that I see all of them do. But when you continue to cross a line and do something that blatant, that's different. That in my eyes, that's different. I'm used to seeing smoke and mirrors from both sides in a courtroom, so I don't let that little stuff get to me because I expect it. But this level, it's risen to next level because you're going unchecked, just like Judge Gold did over there in Indiana. You go unchecked for that long, you feel like you can do whatever you want. And then I always had that question, well, who's checking the judges? Nobody, apparently. They get to make their own decisions about whether they recuse themselves or not, which I don't know if that's even should even be allowed. You should have another, maybe not even a judge or somebody evaluate the situation to make that determination. But the judge can say, "Oh no, I'm not recusing myself. It's just too bad." Maybe they're right sometimes, and maybe they're wrong. But you are still the
Mhm.
judge being asked to recuse yourself. Therefore, you shouldn't be allowed to make that damn decision. You know. Um, and Bev did the same thing. She refused to recuse herself from the case.
In the very first trial or this one?
I think it was after the first one, they may have
Mhm.
asked her, or maybe it was during. I don't really remember or recall the actuals behind it, but she was asked to recuse herself, and she said no. We got Lori Vallow doing the same thing over there with Judge Boreski. It's the second time she's come out and said, "I need you to recuse yourself, Judge." We've heard it happen in the Indiana case with Delphi as well, and these judges can say, "No, I'm not recusing myself," and it's like, okay, nothing to see here. But who checks the judges? I mean, we had a judge in Massachusetts got
Well,
in
I mean,
trouble
that's why they
because
have appeals courts, so.
right. Well, a lot of that won't even come up in appeal. Okay, Rick Allen is fighting an appeal right now, but that judge in that case would not even allow hearings on motions. Didn't even read the attached paperwork with the motions. I didn't read your Frank's memo. That's your job. You're the judge. You're not going to read it. You're just going to discredit it and discount it as nothing without reading it. That should be a grounds for an appeal right there, you'd think, but it's not. It's not. It's crazy. So I don't know who checks and balances these judges. You have to go to the Supreme Court in your state with it. Just like when Gull threw Rick Allen's defense attorneys off just because she didn't like them. The
Mhm.
Supreme Court stepped in and said, "No, ma'am, you can't do that. And by the way, put all those court filings back into the docket you took out. Those are public record." That's the kind of shit we cannot have happening in this country when it comes to judges and trials. You're not God. Quit having a God complex. You could be wrong. Another judge may disagree with your ruling. That we don't always see judges going in agreement with each other constantly. No, there's judges out there that will disagree.
Yeah, but they do have there's got to be a way, to bring them up on some sort of
Yeah,
I don't
you.
know,
Mhm.
charges or something. I mean, like, think about it this way. If a lawyer gets out of line, you bring them up before, or like lodge a complaint or whatever, and I think like the bar would investigate them,
Yeah,
or whatever.
exactly.
So the judges do have some sort of,
Barely,
advisory board or commission or something that does
barely.
it.
Check Indiana out.
You
Y'all
just
go.
have to. Mhm.
Well, there's a lot of research been put into it, and there's
Mhm.
post-conviction relief being filed on behalf of Rick Allen right now, and they're
Mhm.
having a hard time getting that judge on anything because she has got the protection of Indiana.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. See, sometimes you just gotta kind of keep going until you find somebody, higher up. You know.
I understand that, but it goes so
Mhm.
deep with the Judge Gull situation went so deep, it was mind-boggling to everyone to see what she was getting away with in that courtroom.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't care. Rick Allen, innocent or guilty, set aside. It's not about that at the moment. It's about how she was ruling and getting away with those rulings. And I see
Mhm.
Judge Bev over here doing the same damn thing, and nobody seems to think it's a problem.
Yeah.
Not even her own state. Like, they just don't care. She's the judge. She gets to do what she wants. There should be a disciplinary way to handle it. There should be a ways to bring all this up on appeal. But if they feel like they're ruling within the letter of the law, that's
Mhm.
enough to cover them. Whether or not that law is correct or not is the question. Because people who did not deep dive Delphi to the extent that should have been looked into, and nobody's talking about Delphi right now, not
Mhm.
because Delphi is not worth talking about.
Mhm.
It's the Delphi community has went fucking nuts.
Yeah.
No, it's next level nuts, and
Mhm.
I backed away from that whole case, and I'm just watching the appellate process happen privately,
Yeah.
quietly. Um,
You know
basic,
what this country really needs? I know they try and keep like state and federal separate,
yeah,
and everything,
yeah,
but I think that they need like an investigative board
mhm,
that's like, or like actually not even a board, a
right,
department that's completely separate from the states,
right,
outside of the states, no local people or whatever. And it's like, here, this is who you lodge complaints to, and then you get these outsiders to come in and investigate things and look at things. You know what I mean?
exactly. That's
Because
exactly
that's
what
the
needs to
problem.
happen.
All the common theme in all these different cases that you're talking about, they're problematic. They're in these little small towns, and
Well,
whatnot.
not all
So,
of them. That's the thing. They're not all of them, and that's what I said about small town corruption versus
mhm.
big town corruption.
Yeah.
The reasons behind it are different a lot of times. Money's a
So, I'm
factor.
sorry, which one was not in a small town?
Well, Canton here is not really in a small town. You know,
Yeah, it's not, but it's still its own little jurisdiction. I know it's like what
yeah,
outside of Boston, but it's still its own little
they all
insulated,
are.
you know.
They all are. But these
Mhm.
the when people want to think that small town corruption is somehow way worse, and it's not. It's a different level of small towns. They're born, they're raised, they got the good old boy system, and all that's into play. And
Mhm.
is it just a protection of each other type of thing? Some of these bigger cities, it seems to be a lot of money is involved in changing hands. When
Well,
you got to have all your officers on the take and things like that. But I'm
mhm.
going to the judges though. That's where
Mhm.
I have a problem because you're supposed to rule by the letter of the law,
Yeah.
and some of them don't.
Mhm.
And they allow this kind of stuff to play out in their courtroom, and it goes unchecked.
Mhm.
To me, that is a problem. Um, with any case, because it's not going to help legit cases, going forward. Everybody's going to want it, not me directly, because if you're looking for that here, you're looking at the wrong streamer. I'm not going to come out here and tell you every single case I cover is about corruption and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
It's just not always like that. So when we
Yeah.
see these problems, they affect legit cases where there really aren't any problems and people are trying to make it a problem.
Well,
And
see, here's the way that I look at this. How many, think about it. How many major metropolitan cities are there in the US, right? Now, don't small towns outweigh those? So all these different
probably,
jurisdictions where you have these small, well, no, probably about it. Let me look at a
yeah.
map. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
You
yeah,
have like all these smaller, like I said, small town jurisdictions where people have more like personal connections, if they're related, or whatever. Are they coming back?
yeah.
Oh,
They
okay.
are
No.
coming back. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. It's the
You were asked questions about the
prosecution,
suspension of the motor vehicle of the defendant's Lexus. Do you have any information that the suspension at any point was changed?
No.
Yesterday, you were asked a number of questions about formulas. You took out your calculator and you were asked about different variables. Were those variables hypotheticals or were they related to this specific case?
So they seemed hypothetical. Again, you have to be careful when you're talking about failure forces on biomechanical things. For example, if you impact the hand with a, say, 1-inch narrow metal bar, that's a lot different than if you have a broad, say, plastic taillight or rear body panel. So when you have distributed loads, you can take much more. I told you guys about sitting on the bed, like how much you sink in. That's an example of spreading your load out. When you spread the load out, you don't sink in as much. So same thing with, forces on your body. If you take this pencil, I don't have to press very hard for it to pull in, but if I spread it out, I have to press much harder. So you have to look at the distribution of the load when you're talking about the failure. So when you look at the failure loads, it depends on what you're doing it with. If I hit you with a 5-pound 2x4 or a 5-pound pillow, they're both 5 pounds, but you'd much rather get hit by the pillow than the 2x4.
When you were asked questions about communications, when you would have communications with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, did you ever use encrypted apps to secretly hide your communications, apps like Signal?
No, I don't have any of those.
So the form of the question, ask it differently.
When you were communicating with members of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, did you ever use encrypted apps like Signal to communicate?
Objection, scope, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
No, I mean, I don't even know what that is.
Would you ever use an encrypted app so those communications couldn't be tracked?
No.
Would you ever have any reason as a professional for doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked about confirmation bias. You remember those questions?
I do?
Could I have slide 33 of your PowerPoint, please?
I'm sorry, what number?
Slide
33.
33.
Give me a second. $33.
You could zoom that in, please. A little larger so we can see it.
I cannot do it with one monitor.
You can't do it any closer than that?
Not since I took down. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Which part do you want me to zoom in?
Miss Gilman can zoom in for you.
Sorry? Which part?
Miss Gilman's going to do it for you.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
If you could zoom in, please. Okay. On shift position signal, going forward, then neutral and reverse, does that data suffer from confirmation bias?
No, that's strictly electronic data.
When we look over at the vehicle speed, can we go to the left a little bit? Down. Vehicle speed ending at 2361 miles per hour. Does that suffer from confirmation bias?
No, again, these are direct readings from the vehicle. Again, that speed on this here, you have to correct for the slippage, which I do later on in the slide, but that is a direct reading from what the speedometer is seeing.
Acceleration at the end of that 10-second window, 74%. Does that suffer from confirmation bias?
No, that's a direct reading of a sensor. That's objective information.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Wow.
Anything, Mr. Lessie?
Your Honor.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, you were just asked questions about slide 33, which is the slide about text stream data. You acknowledge that text stream data, what you've called a trigger, like was on that slide, does not tell you if a collision even occurred, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the topic of confirmation bias that you were just asked about in slide 33, am I correct that all of the questions that Attorney Brennan just asked you were about data on that slide, correct? All that's on that slide is data, correct?
Now, he asked me more questions than just this slide.
But were the questions just about data?
On this slide, it was just about data.
Correct. But confirmation bias is really aimed at opinions and conclusions and alternative hypotheses. Isn't that what confirmation bias gets at?
So, generally, yes. Again, I started this case with
It was
the
just a question.
hypothesis.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
With the hypothesis that the Lexus didn't contact Mr. O'Keefe. And so I start what's called the null hypothesis, that this didn't happen. And then I look at evidence to either include or exclude the null hypothesis. So theoretically, my confirmational bias starts with a bias that it didn't happen.
Can you point to one document that shows that you analyzed whether there was no contact between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Can you point to one document? Was there one document on your slide presentation, for example, that analyzed the null hypothesis, as you call it, there being no contact at all? Was there any slide in your direct testimony?
So remember what I said. We start with hypothesis, we get more data, we whittle down our hypothesis to the final answer. I mean, I had 130 slides. I suspect I bored some of these people to death already. So I didn't include everything.
You'd be correct.
Thousands of photographs in here. There was a bunch of testing I did with the Lexus about backing, pedestrian detection, that, you know, removed certain hypotheses. So if I was able to eliminate a hypothesis, I didn't present it here.
Sir, my question is not about your...
All the slides show that, to answer your question.
Sir, my question is there any slide that says alternative hypothesis to whatever the label is, whatever the term, that says no contact between the Lexus vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe? Is there any document that you presented to the jury that shows that?
Any document where those words are written on it?
Correct.
No.
And to work through hypotheses, different ones, and to see whether there's confirmation bias, have you heard of scientists refer that as showing your math, so to speak, in working through hypotheses, documenting each hypothesis and how and why you rejected them? Have you heard of that term in the scientific world, show your math with confirmation biases and alternative hypotheses? Just a question. Have you heard the idiom, the phrase, show your math?
Your question is, have I ever heard show your math, period?
Associated with the application of various hypotheses to avoid confirmation bias. Have you heard of that term used in that conjunction?
Not really in that
Okay.
context. It's probably, I understand where you're going with it.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
No further questions.
Dr. Welcher, you are all set.
Oh my God, thank you.
He
Give me a
said,
minute
oh my
to pack
God,
up and
thank
I will be
you.
out of here.
Wow.
Well, hell, dude, you're the one that dragged it out.
Like, for real.
Shit.
Oh, I am plugged in, yes, thank you.
Gonna have to ask the judge, does she know this man in personal life? Is she gonna say, "Oh my God," today, the little court reporter lady? Oh my God. Like, lady,
Oh,
I think you're paid to do your job, right?
yeah, but I felt that when she did
I
it yesterday. I
I
was
did
like,
too.
I'm with you.
She's like, "Oh my God." It was beautiful.
Yeah, that should just be a meme for this trial.
I know. I need to clip that.
You should clip it. She literally removed that thing and like threw her head back and said it. I was like, oh my goodness.
She damn sure did.
Good riddance.
For real. Don't ever come back, dude. We do not
Mm-mm.
care for you.
Hope I
You
don't ever see
asshole.
him in any other trial.
Mm-mm. I'll hand him a freaking drink.
Commonwealth moves to introduce and play clip 26.
Oh God, not another clip.
Oh, I thought they were done.
Oh hell no. He's letting Karen testify through her many clips.
So, I thought, could I have run him over? Did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, I've always got the music blasting, it's snowing, I got the wipers going, the heater blasting. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he's drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if, I don't know, what if I ran his foot over? Or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out? And David said, yeah, then you have some element of culpability.
Did he use that clip in his conclusion? Clipping the knee?
Exhibit 207.
Good question, Dolphin. Nobody was able to shut her down, not even her attorneys.
Your Honor, the
Jesus.
Commonwealth rests.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Does counsel want to see me?
probably.
Okay, so should we send the jury out or should?
You might want to.
So jurors, the Commonwealth rests. That means that the
Commonwealth
case has
rest.
been presented to you.
Yes.
For your consideration. So I need to meet with the lawyers for a few minutes, so we're going to send you back out. I can tell you that it now appears that we're at least on schedule, if not a little ahead of schedule. So
We're back
we'll
on
send you back
schedule.
out for a short recess.
Rise to the jurors.
Right. Can counsel come to sidebar, please?
What if they just said no? Not today, Judge. We're just not having it. So the state finally rests. Thank goodness. Now maybe we can get somewhere. Because I'm sure the jury has a lot of more questions like I do. Not that we have questions, but we just want to hear the answers to some of it. Wow. So they're just at sidebar, not at lunch. I don't even know if they'll get. They rested way quicker than that last time. They tried to present a different case this time, didn't they, Vixie? They tried to present it in a different order, and they're hoping we'll all forget some of that early testimony because it's contradicting what the now testimony is. But no, some people were taking notes. I wonder how many jurors are sitting there wondering if that guy's testimony was worth considering or not. I like to just talk to them at the end of each testimony. So can you give me a take on how you perceived that? Different order and added new evidence. What they do? They find some more pieces of taillight after the first trial, and are, oops, wait, we found more. Yes, the CW rested according to what the judge said, which we felt like that was going to be their last witness. They called anyway. Just getting through that torturous testimony. Some of these people's testimony has been incredibly torturous. Wow. Oh my goodness. Hmm. It's so weird how people can just get such different takes on these trials. Like, I'm just trying to look at it fairly as it's happening and unfolding. I'm not trying to come in on a side. Like, I don't know. This is crazy. I wonder what they're discussing at sidebar. My mind goes to too many places and they give me time to think. And the people watching here is not real fun, so. I wonder who the defense's first witness will be. They're going to come in high out of the gate, or are they going to give us a slow build?
Okay, I'm back. Are they still on break?
Yeah, they're at sidebar.
Okay. Yeah, I
And
was having a coughing fit. I started laughing, and then I was like,
oh
oh,
no.
shoot. I'm out of tea and everything.
Shit. I hate when that happens. I know I still have a slight lingering cough, like a little bit from the sinus infection I had weeks ago. Or it was like
Oh, yeah.
bad allergy episode because they were starting to work these fields around here. And I'm fine. It's just I still have a slight little lingering cough. It's crazy.
Do you still have some drainage?
Just a little bit.
That's what's causing the coughing when it hits the
Yep.
back of your throat, you know?
Yep. And they've been
Mm-hmm.
out here working more on these fields lately, getting them prepped and ready. So,
Mm.
guys, my grandson is home today because there was like a half a day at school. They're like, I think this is their last week, but I got something in the oven for him. I got to go pull it out real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's see. She's so funny because I actually threw something in the microwave, the Chinese food, because I haven't eaten yet. But why am I still seeing this fool? Oh, there we go. Speed up the other window. Oh, so I wonder who the defense will call first. They're only supposed to be going till like 1, I think, today. Or I think maybe she said 1:20. Does anyone know for sure? Okay. I thought I just heard my microwave beeping, but I'll wait to go get it. I'm just actually looking forward to this just being a half day so I can actually do some stuff like some laundry and whatnot. I need to wash the covers for my dog's bed that I keep in here in the office because she's been lying on a throw blanket in here and she does not look happy about that. She left me and went into the den a little while ago to go sit in a chair. That's right, a doctor's appointment. Hmm.
Okay, sorry about that. They're still at sidebar.
Hmm.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, my microwave was just going off. I was like, oh, now it's my turn.
Yeah, she did say that there was an appointment for by a juror. I know I saw somebody online last night saying, "Well, if this juror couldn't commit, they shouldn't have been on the jury." I'm like, that is so ridiculous to say. People still have lives. It's not all about, you know. It's like that's just the dumbest things that people are saying.
That is, yep.
It's ridiculous. How many times have we had to call court early and have half a days because the judge just didn't feel like going on? We're gonna just like blame it on a juror now. That's so ridiculous. People need to grow up. It looks like it is about to storm here. I did get an alert.
Hmm.
I got an alert about a thunderstorm warning, but I think it's over.
Is the stipulation to excuse penalty phase witnesses from IRE 615, is that a new document on Idaho's website?
Yeah,
I don't remember that yesterday.
yeah.
It's dated the 27th.
There's several new documents that I was going to go over at lunch or after we wrap up a half a day or whatever we're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and there's nothing really like super duper in any of those, but they're worth
Mm-hmm.
going over. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Let me just
He can stay over there in the
close
Pacific.
that.
The Pacific don't matter to me.
Oh, Alvin.
Yeah, those Pacific storms don't affect me at all. They go the opposite direction. Actually, it's them Gulf storms I got to worry about.
I'll be back.
Them on the Pacific don't even touch the Gulf of Mexico. They get big ones. It's not even showing up on the map. But the Gulf of Mexico, it still says Gulf of Mexico on my map, is clear. It's the coast that's getting hammered right now. That one in the Pacific might take off and head out toward Hawaii. Once we move into the Cape Verde season in the Atlantic, that's when I have to really pay attention. Them things will cook across the Atlantic. It's a 100-mile-an-hour hurricane within a day, and that Cat 5 barreling down on you the next. Oh, I might have a nice line coming right my way. It's moving through town right now. Shoot. Hopefully, I don't lose power and all the chaotic stuff start happening. I do live in a wind tunnel. Hmm. Stuff's moving pretty fast, though. Oh, goodness. I got to get out and go to the store later, so I wish it would just rain and get it over with. I don't like going out in the rain. Maybe I'll just send my kiddo money and be like, stop and get this, this, and this for me. So then I don't have to go anywhere. Yeah, if I venture out, girl, it ain't gonna be but just down to the corner and back. I'm not even gonna lie, especially in the rain. But I think I've talked myself into just sending my son money and here's my list, pick it all up. It's easier.
Mm. What? Get him to go shopping for you or something?
Oh yeah, I do it all the time.
Mm.
I'll place my grocery store order and have my son go get it, or if I need to top up on some stuff, I'm like, here's my money, go by my store and pick this up for me. Hell, beats him coming all the way home and then me having to take and go back all the way to town. Mm-mm. I'm not into all that road running.
Oh boy, that last walk to the kitchen just sort of took something out of me.
Oh no, that virus hit you hard.
Yeah, actually, Crystal was like, "You sure it's a normal cold or is it Corona?" I was like, "Oh, girl,
Uh,
no, it's not Corona. It's just a cold."
and if it was these days, it is a cold, right?
Mm.
I know we managed to avoid that the whole time the pandemic was happening, and then
Oh yeah,
last year my kid got it, and it
really?
knocked yeah, it knocked him for a loop, girl. There, he come home and said a couple of kids at school had gotten diagnosed with it. And I was like, oh boy, great. The next thing I know, he was sick. And it hit him like a ton of bricks within 2 days. I took him to the doctor and they're like, he's positive for the COVID. And it turned into pneumonia. They
Wow.
called it, yeah, COVID pneumonia. And for about a week and a half, he was pretty sick, but they got him on the Medicaid, got him on meds and everything, and just helped control symptoms. And it cleared up, and he got better pretty quickly once we got him to the doctor. Which I didn't wait because I could tell it was something more serious than a common cold. But it knocked him for a loop. Then I got a little bit sick, but not.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't feel like it was any more than a cold. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Mm-hmm.
But he got it pretty good. I think he
Yeah,
got
this is
he
definitely just a cold, which reminds me I
yeah,
got to put my emergency boxes in front of me so I can see.
yeah.
Remind myself to take some more of this
You're
too.
like me. If I don't sit it right here at the desk, I'm like, I forget. Then I go to bed and try to rest. I'm like, well, damn, I never did take that medicine. No
Well,
wonder I feel like shit.
I've got a timer for my other stuff, so 44 minutes until I take the stuff I got yesterday, the Coricidin,
Oh,
which
yeah.
actually seems to be working wonders.
Good.
I never actually even took the nighttime one last night. I just, yeah.
Oh, good. You didn't need it
Just,
then.
no,
But,
I go to sleep whenever I want to. Like, I
right.
don't have insomnia or whatever, so,
Yeah.
um, mm, mm-mm. I actually had taken some daytime ones and then laid down and just was like, okay,
Me
watching
too.
some stuff on my tablet and then
Hmm. Yeah,
was
I can do the
knocked out.
same.
hmm So wait, what is the forecast for right now? As it was raining here a few minutes ago. Do we have some bad weather coming? I'll just check weather.com.
Oh.
Thanks, Butterfly, but I haven't even made it into the shower yet. I've got the lavender Vicks Vapor Rub. That's what I've been
That
lathering
stuff
up
is
in.
good. I
Mm-hmm.
like that stuff. Yeah, I'm under a tornado warning. I just
Mm.
realized it. Eh. Now,
I s-
straight line winds, you mean? Because you know if a F1 drops out of the sky, y'all will classify it as straight line winds. We already know
mm.
that. Welcome to the Gulf Coast.
Mine says there's a marginal risk of severe weather today. So,
Am I muted? I was butterfly. I'm not now. I feel like I have an echo. Echo, echo.
is it gone?
I don't know. It appears to be. Like I'm just, whatever happens today happens. I wonder if they're over there discussing about the defense witnesses. What the heck's going on over there? If the state rested, state got issues now with the defense witnesses. Oh boy, see how that works.
Maybe the defense is mad and, I don't know, doesn't want to start their case, with like what, an hour
And yeah,
on the
maybe they're.
clock or
Mhm.
whatever.
Look, Judge, you're going to interrupt us when we get going.
And then whatever she's going to do for tomorrow, or were they having a full day tomorrow?
I would think so.
Mm.
I don't know why they wouldn't at this point. It's not a damn holiday. Nothing special happening. Butterfly. We Hispanics use Vicks for everything. My grandfather, it's like old schoolers use that Vaseline for everything, right? They do. You don't want a scar? Throw some Vaseline on there. Forget that Neosporin. And it works. My uncle was an old Indian and he lived by certain things,
That's cocoa butter for me.
right? Hmm. What when the hell was that?
What are you talking about?
Something at Boston 10 uh, come across with small town secrets. And I was like, oh, y'all talking about your own town, Canton here, or something else? Yeah, well, they don't want ARCA there. That's too bad. We didn't want your last guy testifying either, but we had to sit through it, right?
Yeah, that guy. Jeez.
Such an arrogant ass. His wife was probably going, oh, Lord. Now the world sees what I deal with constantly. Honey, that's on you. You grown. You got a choice. Hmm.
That must be your Discord. I keep hearing. I keep looking to see if I got a new message.
It's the Discord on the damn PC. It's not
Mm.
turned on my phone. I don't know why it's turned on the PC. I keep forgetting to go make sure it's off. I don't know why it's only doing it when it's on the PC. Like I don't like my Discord notifications to make a sound because I know to go check if I want to go check. I'll get a pop down notification if I get a message. I don't have anything turned on. I don't know why it's got the notifications on for the PC. Let me, because there's a certain, God, yes, let me turn that off because right now there is a certain Discord that just seems to be blowing up. Uh, there we go.
You could right click on that server and just mute it for like a few hours if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, the conversation's comical, but yeah. There we go. Hopefully that'll fix the problem. Because all the time I spent in discords with the NFT teams, yeah, my Discord notifications are, the sound is never on because I literally lived in a Discord. Turn that shit off. You know how many times they're going to keep playing those clips for the jury where she says, "Could I have hit him? I think I did," or "Could I have?" And not coming out and saying, "Oh my God, I hit him last night." That's, to me, is crazy that people are getting confused about that. Wow. I gotta stop. My popcorn moment's about to come out all into full circle here, and I'm gonna be, oh goodness.
Are they showing the fan again or something? I don't see the stream.
Yeah, I had to pull it down for a second. I'm about to pull it back up.
Oh,
They're
okay.
still on break. I was just reading something that was very comical to me. I'm like,
Hmm.
wow. Like the arrogance on that one's pretty strong too. Here she's talking to the jury.
Morning to have you here for a 9 o'clock start. So tomorrow will be a full day, and we'll have you here ready to start at 9:30. Okay, so those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And also, please continue to be careful with your social media use. So we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Rise the jury.
Yeah, we figured she'd call it a day today. Now, I don't know if they were going to do some things behind the scenes here. We'll keep it up for a minute and see, because they did have some things they wanted to talk about per yesterday.
Hmm.
So we'll see what she says here.
Oh, she called it a lot earlier than I thought she was going to.
Yeah.
All right, so Ms. Little, if you can get me whatever you're going to get me within the next hour, so that would be great. And I'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 9
Thank you.
o'clock.
All right. Well, they're done.
Awesome.
Yeah. Get whatever it is you're going to get to me in an hour. So they're still. Sorry, I was eating my little bread knot here. They're still working stuff out. I hope they get a lot of that ironed out in Idaho before we get to trial, because that's going to be a long damn trial too, and we don't
Whew.
got time to sit here and win
Yeah.
all these decisions while it's happening.
Well, at least with that one, we don't have to deal with a bunch of snarky drunks, though. You know.
Oh, let's hope not, right? We're going to deal with some snark probably, but maybe from the prosecutor and defense. Okay, so there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's about a dozen new documents. There's nothing major in any of these documents, but we'll take a look at them to get us caught up on the Brian Koberger situation. So there's already speculation out there as to what some of these documents mean, but I know these are people who haven't read all the documents to begin with. They're just starting to come into the case, and hey, that's cool, but shouldn't reserve your judgment unless you know what you're talking about, and refer to past documents to help you get there.
Amen on that one.
Yeah. And we're still waiting on a couple of rulings to come down too. Okay, so let me pull up this first one. Now we went over the order where the judge issued the preservation orders for the defense and the prosecution as far as all devices concerning all the entities in the possible leak situation. So they have both now come back and filed a notice of compliance. Let me pull this up. Oops, sorry. Okay. Let me get us out of the way. See, there we go. All right, you guys can see that pretty good. Okay, so this is just now. This one is from the state, and it says, comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney, and hereby provides that in response to the court's document and records hold order dated May 15th, 2025, the state has lodged the court for an in-camera and ex parte letter with attached exhibits. The state has provided the court with documentation of distribution and receipt of the court's order to involved agencies. So they've sent the copy of that order to the other involved agencies, which would include the FBI, the Idaho State Police, and the Moscow Police Department. What are they going to do if they find out the FBI is one that leaked information? Can they do? What can we do about that, sir? Judge is gonna be like, yeah, it's the FBI. Take it up with them. So that ex parte thing. So here's people are already have running wild about speculation on that. It's an ex parte hearing is a hearing with the judge behind in chambers where the other party is not present. So then the defense came back with this one. Now comes Brian Koberger by and through his attorney of record and hereby provides notice that the defense has submitted a letter with attachments for in-camera review to the court. So it's unclear as to really who that letter's from. I feel like it could be from the defense as well. The verbiage is in both of those documents. So somebody, they do want to ex parte. Now, is that hearing was the prosecution have they found out something about the leak, and who may have caused it? Because they understand that's a huge problem. They can't deny that it's not. If they aren't being honest, then they're just not honest people. It's absolutely a problem. What it said is different.
That's a letter.
Mm-hmm.
The ex parte thing, it's a letter. It's not a hearing.
Yeah, they're requesting a hearing. See, it says right here, along with the in-camera review.
I can't see your document.
Oh, I thought I had it pulled up. I had pulled it back down. Okay, this one is the one filed by the prosecution, and it says, seems like when I'm echoing when you're on. I don't know. Y'all, I guess I'm okay with the chat. They can hear fine. Okay. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and hereby provides notice that in response to the court's documents and records hold dated May 15th, the state has lodged with the court for in-camera review an ex parte letter with attached exhibits. So it sounds like they both gave an ex parte letter because the other document reads the same way. The state has provided with the court with documentation and distribution and receipt of the order for the other agencies involved because they haven't had. So, and then let's read this one as well from the defense.
Right. So the defense does not see what's in their letter.
Right. They can't see what's in each other's letters. Now comes Brian Koberger by and through his attorneys of record hereby provides notice the defense has submitted a letter. See, it just says a letter on their filing, but on the other one it says ex parte. I would venture to say they probably both are. The way they worded it is different. I don't know. I can't explain why they did that. But so they both
the state doesn't want the defense to know what's in their letter.
Right, because it's going to reveal the leak, maybe, or, their investigation into the leak. And, as far as what the judge will rule on that in the end and how that will affect the case is still yet to be seen. So what these exhibits they're both turning over for in-camera review are interesting. I wonder what's in those exhibits, right? If it points to anything. And then this is the motion to permit mitigation. Let me pull the screen back up. Now, we heard Ann asking about this in the last hearing. And now she's got her filing attached to this. Okay. Motion to permit mitigation witnesses to watch the trial. Um, sorry, get this bigger so I can see. Comes now Brian Koberger by and through his attorney of record and hereby moves this honorable court to amend its exclusion orders in this case to permit mitigation phase witnesses to watch the trial. The motion is based on the fact that the evidentiary rules do not apply to the mitigation phase at this court has phase as this court has previously ruled. Additionally, the purpose of the exclusion of witnesses does not apply to the mitigation phase. Rule 615 of the Idaho. Oh, my grandbaby's getting loud in there playing his game. Can you
Mm-hmm.
hear him? Oh,
Mm-hmm.
let me shut my door, guys. Hold on. He's in there screaming at his little VR friends.
Yeah.
He's like, okay. Like they're gonna have an all-out fight here in a minute. Okay. Oh, now I'm closed up in a room with a dog and a cat. Holy shit! I don't know which is worse. All right. Okay. Quiet again. I'm going to practice that during the summer, I guess. Okay. Rule 615 of the Idaho Rules of Evidence governs exclusion of witnesses. It reads, at a party's request, the court may order witnesses excluded so that they cannot hear other witnesses' testimony, or the court may do so on its own. The purpose of IRE 615 is to allow courts to prevent witnesses from shaping their testimony to conform or to rebut the prior testimony of other witnesses. They cite State versus Huntsman for that. The vital importance of sequestering witnesses is recognized as a foundational element of due process in American jurisprudence. The United States Supreme Court observed that this practice, which goes back to the inheritance of the common Germanic law, serves two purposes. It exercises a restraint on witness tailoring their testimony to that of earlier witnesses, and it aids in detecting testimony that is less than candid. Less than candid. Remember, we had the sequestering of the witnesses in the Karen Reed case, but apparently they didn't listen. Tailoring their testimony to the earlier witnesses and make it less candid. In the mitigation phase, the witnesses are not true fact witnesses in the guilt phase. True. They are not intended to provide accounts of events or that are disputed, and thus the concern for tailoring the testimony. Now, why would you need your mitigation expert to watch the entire trial? Because
Mm-hmm.
you're going to come up with mitigating factors. They shouldn't have anything to do with what's brought out in trial. Like y'all should have your doctors. We've already got doctors on both sides evaluating this guy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like, I wonder what the judge will rule on that. He kind of alluded to that he would allow it because they're the type of witness they are, but I don't know what they intend to gain from that. That's almost like
I
a catch.
don't either because, they're there to say, oh, he,
Hmm.
did this because this, and this is in his background, or whatever. Like, so
Right.
hearing the actual details of what happened or whatever, I don't see how that has anything to do with
Yeah,
mitigation.
exactly. It's
Why are
like,
they there? Yeah.
yeah. I mean, what are y'all watching for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you afraid the defense or the prosecution's going to point out very weird behaviors and then the doctor's like, oh, I better address that? That almost don't seem right.
But they wouldn't have a chance to address it until later,
Exactly.
afterwards. So,
Exactly. Yep. Okay, so that then comes up the state's notice of compliance. Okay. And this one, supplemental notice of compliance. This is a two-pager, well, one page technically. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through Latah County prosecuting attorney and hereby provides notice that in further response to the court's document and records hold dated the 15th of May, the state lodged with court in-camera reviews. It's based in a supplemental ex parte letter. So
they added something to their letter because that's dated May 23rd.
yeah, this one is dated the 23rd. And because I noticed, and then this one, was submitted the 22nd of May, a day apart. So I think it may be about the same thing because they were filed under two. Oh, was yeah. So it
It
looks like
is,
they,
but the
yeah,
original letter was dated the 15th.
right. And then because you got this notice of compliance and then the notice of the supplemental notice of the compliance. So yeah, that's exactly what they did. Motion to seal defendant's evidence.
So in 8 days, they found something else to add to it.
Yeah, yeah, apparently so. Wonder how fast they're working on finding out who the heck caused that damn leak. Oh, well, some people are putting themselves out there as if they could have been the culprit, but I'll just leave that to the authorities. I ain't trying to get involved. It's there for the whole world to see, actually. Motion to seal defendant's evidence in support of offer of proof, RE, the alternate perpetrators and exhibits. She got exhibits to go. No, she got some exhibits to throw in there
Oh
too.
boy.
Oh yeah.
I would love to know what's under this one. Mm.
Well, Judge, they found some blood stains that they didn't test.
Oh Jesus. Yeah.
That's our offer of proof. Or was it them frat guys and Naked Man? I don't even know anymore. The dog, the people at the grub truck. Hell, who y'all talking about? Comes now, Brian C. Koberger, by and through his attorney of record, are hereby moves the court for an order to seal the defendant's evidence in support of proof RE, alternate perpetrator, and its supporting exhibits. This motion is made pursuant to ICAR 32I and IC 74-124, 1B and C, because they either previously already sealed and or redacted. Yeah, I like to see those exhibits.
Huh.
I'm
Yeah, that's
always
interesting.
I've always got open ears. If they got an alternate suspect, I'm willing to listen. I would be a fool if I'm not willing to listen. But am I going to laugh when I listen? That's the catch. I don't know how that's going to. I might go, oh damn, or I might go, that really. It depends. I'm tired of coming out of the gate going, I just don't know. I just need to see it first. Then I'll decide if there's anything behind her evidence. If it's just pertaining to the blood samples that were not samples, but the blood stains that were found, we need more information about that. Need a lot more backstory behind these alleged blood samples found that weren't ran or whatever. Okay. Order sealing defendant's objection. We already went through the order sealing the defendant's evidence. This one was one to seal an objection they had. Okay. Order sealing objection. The court having before it a motion to seal objection and good cause appearing now, it is hereby ordered the defendant's objection to the court's request for the defense to submit a redacted copy of ex parte filing to the state shall be filed under seal. So
they didn't want to give a redacted copy to the state.
right. So this one does show that the defense also submitted the ex parte filing as well, not just the prosecution like some were saying up on the streets last night. Good thing I read it for myself. The defendant objected to it, though, to a request for the defense to submit a redacted copy. So did he plan to release this redacted copy? And they're like, oh no, we didn't want you to go that far? Judge did get tired. He's tired of shit being sealed. Then we got to worry about leaks all over the place. Stipulation to excuse penalty phase witnesses from IRE 615. That's the one you mentioned earlier that you saw in the docket.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Stipulation to excuse penalty phase witnesses from IRE 615, exclusion during guilt phase. Come now, the state of Idaho, by and through Latah County prosecuting attorney and the above named defendant, by and through his undersigned attorney of record, and hereby stipulate to the court excusing witnesses who will only testify during the penalty phase of the trial from exclusion during the guilt phase under IRE 615. This applies to contemplated penalty phase witnesses who are not also testifying during the guilt phase. Jay Logston has entered the building. Friday Filer, what you got for us, Friday Filer? You always come out with this with the fireworks in your filings usually. They've kept you quiet for a hot minute though. Mr. 1800s Law. Okay. This one is a motion to seal exhibits attached to the state supplemental rebuttal disclosure RE penalty phase expert. Dr. Jason Gage. I looked that fella up this morning because I'm always so curious.
Mm-hmm.
I sure did. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through Latah County prosecuting attorney and hereby moves the court pursuant to Idaho Administrative Rule 32 and Idaho Code 74-124 for an order sealing exhibits S1 and S2 attached to the state's supplemental rebuttal disclosure RE penalty phase, and it concerns Dr. Jason Gage, filed on May 27th of 2025. Exhibit S1 is a neuropsychological evaluation completed by Dr. Gage. Exhibit S1 contains private medical information which is exempt from public disclosure. So this guy is one of the doctors who did the evaluation on Koberger and his neuropsychology. And he is out of Boise. Keep it real convenient. Don't try to take Koberger too far to the doctor. Exhibit S2 is a curriculum vitae which is exempted from public disclosure. Why?
How the hell is that exempted? You put the
Why
name
would,
out, you can just look it up yourself.
like I did, why is that exempt?
Mm.
That's usually not exempt. You need that. We need the CVs. Shit, we just went over all these weird CVs over every case. They do. I don't get that part. Filed by Ashley Jennings. Why would you need his CV? Something sketchy in his background, Ashley? You just made yourself look sketch. Wow.
No, maybe they don't want the guy harassed, but they shouldn't have put his name out there either.
Well, I
You know
get
what
that
I mean?
because there's a lot of that goes on not in the world, in the true crime community. Let's just be honest.
Yeah,
True
there are a lot of
crime
fools
community.
in the true
Yeah.
crime community.
They reach out to these people. They start attacking them, sending them. We heard the damn testimony yesterday from the witness in the Commonwealth. He's already receiving an onslaught of messages. You freaking idiot. You all this, you all that. And people are putting it on Twitter that they're doing it. So we're fools if we're going to take up for them and say, that's not happening, because they're putting it on Twitter. They're doing it. Okay. So I get it. We'll redact his name. I already know his name. I already looked the guy up. There's no reason to hide the CV. By hiding it, you cause people to come out and say you're being shady. There's no reason to hide that. You didn't give us his name. Their level of ridiculousness sometimes just is appalling. There's going to be an issue if that man's CV is not revealed. And the state of Idaho freaking knows that. It's like law school 101. Here's the order. Oops, let me get my screen back up. I guess she'll post his CV and further documents because the judge is like, you're going to need that CV, right? If not, do we need a Daubert hearing to decide if your guy's any damn good or not? CV is kind of necessary. Sure, the judge has seen it, but whatever. This is an order. Lord, that car came in hot down the drive. Okay. As part of the administrative process of this trial before voir dire begins, questionnaires will be distributed to and completed by jurors at the Ada County Courthouse in order to maximize courtroom space and efficiency of this process, and because the distribution of questionnaires is an administrative function. Observations of this process is limited to counsel and the defendant. And that's fine. That's normally how it is. I know everybody, jury selection is some of the most boring stuff you'll ever watch in your life. I will get no takeaways from it except knowing what you ask the jurors. And I don't really care what you ask them. It's not going to make or break the case. Okay. And then there was an order the order sealing, let's see, of Dr. Gage again being brought up. Okay. Order sealing exhibits attached to state's supplemental rebuttal disclosure, RE penalty phase, Dr. Jason Gage. Based upon the state's motion to seal exhibits attached to state supplemental rebuttal disclosure, RE penalty phase, filed herein, no objection from the defense, the court has hereby confirmed and ordered that Exhibit S1 and S2 of the state's rebuttal disclosure, filed on May 27th, exempt from disclosure and sealed. It's weird. Hang on, guys, I'm pulling something up. Okay, let me see. Where's it at? Okay. And no, God, I can't be the YouTube police. Y'all don't go be mailing this dude a vote. Do you? I can't stop you.
You're on the same page I'm on.
I can't stop it. Can't stop the train, man. I ain't here to do all that. All right. Jason Gage, PhD. Dr. Gage completed his PhD in psychology at Utah State University. He then served as an officer and psychologist in the U.S. Army during internship at Fort Lee, Virginia, as the chief of mental health services. Following military service at Fort Lee and Mountain Home Air Force Base, Dr. Gage began working as a neuropsychologist at St. Apophis Rehabilitation Services, also known as STARS, and in private practice at Mountain States Counseling and Psychological Services. Dr. Gage currently specializes in general neuropsychology to include brain injuries, dementia, sports concussion management, credentialed impact consultant. Credentialed impact consultant. We might need you in Canton. And ADHD learning disorders in children and adults. Dr. Gage also conducts adult evaluations for individuals suspecting a possible autism spectrum disorder. That's why he was brought in.
Hmm.
Dr. Gage has a specific interest in aviation psychology and provides neuropsychological evaluations for pilots, prospective pilots needing an evaluation for the FAA. The FAA has designated Dr. Gage as qualified provider for these services to include HIMS, alcohol related evaluations. Again, we might need him in Canton. With his military background, Dr. Gage is specialized in treating post traumatic stress disorder and other anxiety disorders. So he's got a pretty good little background there. I mean, I'm no expert in autistic spectrum disorders. So I'm willing to hear the experts out. And I say two, I mean one from each side. I don't need just one, I need two, right? I always like learning a little bit about the experts, because then you get in and last minute these cases, and you're like, oh, this expert, and everybody starts ripping the guy a new one, and sometimes it's warranted and sometimes it's not. Look, Ann Taylor is watching all of these trials. She began watching Delphi a really long time ago, and it showed in some of her filings. Judge Gull. Don't think Ann Taylor's not watching what's playing out in some. It's so obvious if you watch the other cases in depth, and then you look at what's happening there, and then you go look at some of her filings. You're like, oh damn, did she just watch the same thing I watched? Oh, I gotta close my window. The bottom just fell out of the sky. Excuse me. The dog is like, what are you doing? It rained hard all of a sudden. I don't know. I wish there would just. I wish the judge would make some rulings and then we could kind of like get on with stuff. When these things, the processes drag on and on, it seems like for
I
so
mean, yeah, this
long.
stuff takes time though. So plus the trial is not that, you know, much further down the road. So
A lot of
just
it
got to have some
takes,
patience.
well, it would be a little more easier to have that patience if I hadn't heard this same lady complaining a year ago that she's still complaining about things. Like you've
I
had
just
time.
ignore her and keep on going because, like, just like the judge asked her, well, why didn't you mention that like 8 months ago, 9 months ago, or
Oh, I'm talking
whatever?
about Ann Taylor over here talking about all the amount of time she still needs to get
That's what
all.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, but the,
Hmm.
the the things that she just brought up in her latest filing on the death penalty,
Hmm.
the big long continuance, she started all of that language back when she filed the very first filing to get the death penalty removed. She has
Right.
not, and so there's just a lot of things that I understand courts and how they work. I understand how things take time. I understand I got to get a witness on the stand, go through their whole entire background. I get all of that.
Hmm.
But at some point, 3 years in, why are we taking three? It takes an average of about 3 years to get a case to trial anymore. Go look at the Crystal Rogers case. Go look at Karen Reed's case. Go look at any of these cases. They're all taking so long to get to trial because there's massive amounts of data dumps, and half of the data doesn't even pertain to what the case is. So let's say you go get CV footage from around town, like the grub truck or walking down the sidewalk. How many other people did you get walking down the sidewalk before you found the piece you needed, right? And there's just so much to move through. But some of the things you claim are hindering you, are they really hindering you? That's the question.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I'm just like of the same mindset that Hitler is, and all of that that you just said, all of a lot of that, most of that was BS. You know what I mean? Because it's like all you need to see is a certain time frame, right? A very small time frame. So if you went and got like banks and restaurant camera footage and blah 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 and all that, and you got hours and hours and everything, all that stuff is time stamped. All you have to do is drill down to the
Exactly.
hours that you're. So that's what I'm saying. So the rest of it, she's been complaining about, oh, 50 something terabytes of data. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you're actually not looking at 50 something terabytes of data.
Exactly.
This
And
doesn't require you to look through all of
well,
that video footage because the times, most of the times, are out of your
and
range.
that's my
So,
point. It's
hmm.
not as hard as they want us to believe it
Oh
is.
yeah. Hmm.
And there's no point in dragging it on and on and on and on and on if you're not really needing the time to do that. Are
She's
you
trying to do the same thing that she was doing with Judge.
and it's not going to work with this
No, it's
judge.
not going to work with Hitler.
No, he wants that you need to back it up, ma'am. Just
Hmm.
like he's told her with her Frank's here memo and her last filing, he even said there in court, but that's almost not admissible what you sent me. And I was like, "Oh, damn, that wasn't even a slight. Oh my God, that was a in your face, right? That's not even almost admissible, lady." And she's like, "Oh, well, but and it's just like, it's weird that how we, depending on what we see on evidence, right? How we feel about all these weird different attorneys. I have no. There are people out there who just absolutely hate all defense attorneys, and there's those that just hate all prosecutors. I don't hate none of them.
Me either.
I don't. I respect them all. I'm ready for whoever's got the strongest game in town, right? And it may not be the most popular opinion at all times, but right now it's a weird space to be in. There's this. It's like if you're not choosing a side, or you're not going hard as hell in on somebody, or if you're not up here propping your own self up and how smart you are, is that what the people want? They need somebody to come up on and say, "I'm right at all times. You only listen to me." Or are they looking for a bunch of different opinions? Or they know you got to be raging at all times and you got to choose us. That's to me is so weird. And that's a lot of what I've been seeing lately. And I sit back and laugh at some of it. It's comical, but at the same time, it's like, have we really gotten there? Because if this is the adult world, I'm not sure I really want to be a part of it anymore. It, it's just so strange.
Hmm. I guess I don't even pay those people any attention. I have a question though. There was a document in here, notice of hearing discussion regarding the role of victims, and that was
Yeah,
sealed. I see
yeah,
that there was a Zoom hearing on May 21st,
yeah.
10 a.m. Did they say anything else after
No,
that?
no.
No. Mm.
It's is what you got is what you got right there in the document. Nobody
Damn.
knows.
Okay.
And there's speculation that uh it was a hearing to talk about how to control the G's. Really?
No.
No,
Mm-mm. It's got
exactly.
to be about Bethany and Dylan. It's probably about, how to treat them on the
How do
stand and
you
stuff like that.
exactly. That's what you were out of town when all that happened, and that's exactly what I said. The
Hmm.
judges made it clear those girls are victims in his eyes, and he's a little appalled about how they've been treated. And I get it, and I don't. I mean, I get it. I get why they were treated that way, and I get why he feels the way he feels. And I'm so tired of discussing those darn roommates and what they did that night. We all know it was crazy, but yeah, that was my take, Dolphin, that it would be how to handle the victims, the roommates, because he said in the court hearing, he's got two seats reserved for those two victims. Whether or not they want to stay for the trial, he has no clue because of the way they have been treated.
Hmm.
That's what he said. And not showing their faces on camera, but doing the audio for them is fine. So it made perfect sense to me in a common sense world. If I'm using that brain versus a conspiracy brain, I'm going to say it was probably to do with the victims and not on how to control Steve freaking Gonzalez. He already got told you can't wear your death penalty shirts up in court, sir. So what else you got to say to him? You need to have a whole hearing on how to handle the mischievous G's? No, it's ridiculous. So nothing's come from that. No kind of filings have come down since that hearing or anything for us to even look at to get an idea of what any of that was about.
Mm,
Um,
okay.
yeah, I've kept up with all the documents while you were away. If anything came down, and we went over the ones that have come down. We usually do them at lunch break because I'm just not. I just don't feel like coming back on here at night to do all that because I'm tired, and I do have a family and things to do it in real life. So I review it in the evenings, especially. I'll go make sure I get the latest updates, and if anything comes down, we've been talking about it during the lunch break usually.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah, so I'm just waiting. Yeah, I keep an eye on the. You know how I do. I check it every day. I check the case summary. I'll do it a couple times a day if I think about it. Brian Koberger is not my top priority from the time I wake up to the time I go to bed. I'm literally watching 5 cases at all times. And right now, Crystal Rogers is taking precedence over Brian Koberger, because I am getting updates at night on her trial since I can't watch the damn thing. So disappointed about that. I'm so
When
over
did it
that.
start?
2 days ago.
Oh, shoot. Mm,
And
okay.
this is just one of the three. Everybody's, Lori Ballow's got 3 trials. Well, so does the people in the Crystal Rogers case, but we're not talking about that. I'm so sick of talking about Lori Dan Vallow. Talked about her for years now. Take your little religion and bounce your happy ass on into that cell and eat slop for the rest of your natural life.
Oh, yeah.
And
Uh,
that's where I'm at with that lady.
oh,
There's,
yeah. Same.
mm-hmm.
So on my countdown, that this trial has 2 months, 12 days, 22 hours, and 4 minutes until it begins.
You think the judge?
And
What do
I
you
don't
think?
think he's going to grant that continuance. I haven't
Thank you, because I
read
haven't. Yeah,
the,
I haven't had a
yeah.
chance to have that conversation with you because you were away, and I was
Hmm.
wondering how you perceive that, what you think he may do.
So I haven't seen it. Like I was getting my hair cut on the 15th and everything, and then I was leaving,
Hmm.
so I didn't even see that hearing, and then um, everything that's happened after. So I'm out of it. But the way that he's coming down with these orders and these motions and all this, he still strikes me as business as usual. He's keeping it on,
Yeah,
the train on the track, right? And
yeah,
then, like I said, what he said to Anne when she tried to come up with that, oh, but I haven't had time and da 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 da, and he was like, well, you didn't mention that like what 8 or 9 months ago, and that was what about a month or so ago that he'd said that to
yeah.
her. So, no, I don't think he's trying to let her, derail anything. And actually, this thing that they're doing now about, holding, their records and all that and trying to figure out who the leak is and everything. I don't remember if I linked this, but there was Anjanette Levy, one of her shows
Hmm.
on Law and Crime.
Yeah,
Um, and she had Philip Dubé on, and they talked about this. And he said, it's like what's happened with the leaks and everything. It's really, it's like, is he really going to do this big thing, this big production of, getting a special investigator or whatever, special prosecutor or whatever to, like, look into this and all that. And when at the end of the day, the only penalty for, the person for the leaks or
exactly.
whatever would be
Hmm.
about 5 days or something like that.
Yeah, I think I saw
Yeah.
that same one,
Oh, you
but
did? Okay.
I think I did because I usually watch Anjanette if she's got something good on that I'm interested in because I like her. I like her YouTube channel as well. They're so much more
Mm-hmm.
relaxed on their YouTube channels than they
Oh,
are their
yeah.
damn. But the thing about that is yeah, the penalty for doing that isn't that strong. It's like a contempt charge, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then you have to go and look beyond that. What's the remedy for the leak? In legal terms, a remedy will have to be sought. What will that
Mm-hmm.
remedy be? Will it be leave out the
Trying to delay.
evidence? Well, I don't think she'll get a continuance, but will what
Mm-mm.
it could there could be two things that could happen. Could they keep out the evidence that was presented on Dateline, which is nothing more than some selfies in a hoodie and photos browsed on your computer or your phone and the Google searches. Those particular things might get left out, but I don't know if they're going to actually. Those to me aren't evidence of
I
a
don't see
crime.
that happening.
Well, it could. If I've looked at several different opinions from attorneys based on that to get
Mm-hmm.
the feel of the room, and I don't just go to one. I try to go to a couple if I'm interested, because I 9 times out of 10 don't need them to get me there. But if I want to understand things better, there's a couple of go tos. There's one I will not go to,
Mm-hmm.
and it just is what it is. But that's my personal opinion on things. But yeah, so there could be some remedies offered, even down to getting the DP off the table. And
Mm-hmm.
Taylor knows that. And if we think those things, we have to accept those things may happen, even if we don't think the leak was that bad or not. There were things presented on the Dateline, if I'm being honest, that we should not know.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
You know?
Yeah, exactly, for a fair trial, and how they can come out without not even crack a smile and act like they didn't do anything is, well, crazy. But their Dateline, they're going to do them. I'm not the damn Dateline police either.
But hold on a second. This case is what it is, okay? This whole
Hmm.
situation with this Coburger case and these students, it is what it is already. Even if you say, oh, stop the clock, let's postpone, let this die down,
Yeah.
and everything, guess what? Whenever they decide, if that's what they're going to do and they decide to, move forward with the trial, it's going to start all up all over again and
Oh
just get,
yeah.
stirred up again. So,
Well,
it's
it,
you're not going to be
it
able to avoid it.
no, it started right after the last hearing.
Mhm.
Damage control from both sides go out, and not like both sides did things, but the people, right? The little true crime community that wants to pretend the whole world is watching. The true crime
Right.
community is watching. Okay,
Mhm.
they're the ones that wreak havoc in these cases a lot of times.
Yeah.
This is why I've backed out of Delphi right now. Shit got real again over there, and dangerous, and I don't want any part of it because none of these people are worth my life. None of these people are worth getting drugged through the mud over an opinion. It's not worth it. But they are going to fight amongst themselves, right? They're going to do that. And I'm just here to
Mhm.
read documents and say, oh, this is legit or maybe not, or this is comical or this is not, right? That's all we're going to do. But I'm not, I don't know. And you're right, it is what it is, and the level that this case has reached, the level that all these cases reach, sometimes a little mind blowing. But it matters in the big scheme of things when you want fair trials, in this country, and keeping out cameras and keeping out this and keeping out that and letting leaks happen and all that. And everybody called it, that there's going to be problems if why is this huge blanket gag order down?
Mhm.
And we all
Yeah.
knew that eventually it was going to People wanted it to be a problem. There has to be, nefarious activity going on, or the state wouldn't want all this sealed. Well, it was literally both parties decided very early on to seal this case. Ann Taylor was in 100% agreement to seal everything in this case until she began to walk into court hearings and say things that,
Mm-hmm.
like, lady, you did that. You opened
Yeah.
that door, and how come it's fair for you to come out and do that? But if the prosecution tried that, everybody's going to be like attacking them. Like, I just don't understand that. But I don't think I'll ever understand it, nor am I even going to try anymore, right? Um, and the people who are willing to argue with each other over stuff, it's like, wow, I don't, I get it. Sometimes you be in a mood to argue, right? So you just argue for the
I
sake of
guess,
arguing.
I just, me, I'm like, whatever,
Uh,
yeah, Anne also thought that, getting a change of venue was going to help, but
yeah, it kind of
wonder how she feels
backfired.
about that now. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
That's like when
So,
she first started that, I was like, careful what you wish for, because that process usually comes a little later in the game to get a trial moved. She filed that super early. And a few of the attorneys called that, the YouTube attorneys, whatever you want to call them, they're damn attorneys. So a couple of them called that. They're like, wait a minute, that's a little early in the game, but okay. Kind of like her jury questionnaires, jumping the gun just a little bit. But where will it all go and how will it play out? And what's good for the goose is always good for the gander. If one side can come out and let a little bit out, then the other side, it's fair game. Um, I'm going to be here for whatever either side has to say. I'm listening. I'm not going to just. Ann Taylor's had some really good, valid arguments in the past, and I'm willing to acknowledge those when they're happening. I'm also willing to sit here and say, "Oh, lady, I don't know if that's reaching. What the hell is this all about? This is a little much." Same thing from the prosecution, and I don't know if that's done enough. And it is what it is. I feel like I'm not here, but sometimes as a creator, you feel like you're being driven to that point. And I don't want to feel like I need to pick a side to get a viewer in here. I
oh,
feel it feels
yeah.
icky to me. It feels icky. I don't. So I'm just only going to be able to come out here and us just have these discussions, which is what you and I have been discussing this case for years.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. This is not something we just started. If people could have seen all the past conversations we've had and done,
Oh,
um,
yeah.
they'd see where we go with this case, how we look at each side individually and base it on its own merit and things of that nature. Um, are we willing to call out the defense if they're being silly? Yeah. But are we also willing to say, well, she may have a point there? Yeah, I can do that too.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't change how I feel about a case,
And I
or
call out old baby lawyer Ashley.
yeah, you exactly. And that's okay. Because I don't feel like we're in here just like going hard at one side or the other. Like I don't feel like I'm a decent person if I'm blind to one side. Like that, I don't want to be that person where I'm so closed off and I can't be open to other things. And I think we're all guilty of that sometimes, but I don't want to be that person. I strive not to be anyway. I think we're all a work in progress, but I just feel like the atmosphere of this space just tries to push you in one direction, and I'm trying so hard to resist that. It may not be helping my channel out, but it is what it is. I don't think about those things when I'm and I don't look at numbers. Like after I end a stream, my first thought isn't to go run see how many numbers I just had. I literally forget about it. Then hours will go by, and I was like, oh, I got to go set up next, tomorrow's show. That's when I notice. That's when I'm noticing, wait a minute, I'm getting views, but I'm not getting very many likes. So y'all, you watch, but you don't like. I don't, please hit the like button if you do like. That's all I ask. Hit the like
Mm-hmm.
button. That's all I can ask for is just to hit the like button. And I do appreciate the ones that come in here every day and listen to us and watch this trial with us. The Lori Vallow trial, I think, got underway today as far as jury selection with Brandon's case. I think it starts June 2nd, and they've only got that thing slated to go like a week. So,
Is she representing herself?
Again, yeah.
Jesus.
And she just got another filing yesterday where she's asked the judge to recuse himself. He made comments about her religion. I told everybody, is a crazy bitch who thinks
Oh
she's
boy.
right. It's all
Mm-hmm.
about her damn religion. Quit trying to figure out Lori freaking Vallow. Psycho bitch who believes she's the only one that Jesus loves. End of story. There's not much more there to evaluate. There's just not, in my opinion. There's like, I get it. Some of these fools need to sit down after trial one was enough. Good Lord. But I I would like to find a revised witness list. I got the witness list that was put out back in March for the defense team, but it's
For
not
who? For this case?
for Canton or Karen Reed.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
let me.
Mm-hmm.
Where did I put that in the Karen Reed? Let's see. In my folder for Karen Reed. Let's see. It was in one of these articles that I have. Oh, it's called Witness List. Okay. All right. Let me pull up the screen and I'll share this one. This one was back from March, I think it was. Okay. All right. Good Lord. Get all this out of here. Get away. No. Okay. This was right before jury selection started. We already went through the prosecution's list. I need to go back and see if they actually did call everybody on that list. Okay. Let me get down here to the. That's the fire department people, law enforcement people.
God, these pills are huge. I'm trying to swallow these stupid
Oh
pills.
no. My son has to crush pills because he had that tracheotomy as a baby. He's got a little scar tissue around there.
Mm-hmm.
So he cannot swallow pills. Like
Oh.
he cannot do it. He
Yeah,
has to
these are
crush
liquid
them.
gels. I can't
Yeah,
crush these.
he can't take stuff like that. It has to be able to be crushed. We had one of his nurses one time argue with him while he was in the hospital from having a chest tube put in. And if y'all don't know, that is one of the most painful things on earth to go through. And my baby had to do it more than once. But here he is telling that nurse, I cannot take that pill. She's like, oh, but you have to. And he's like, they crush it and they put it in ice cream. She's like, oh, you can't do that with this pill. He sent her out of the room. And when she came back, she was all apologetic and told him she was dead wrong. And he's like, I told you. I mean, he was so snappy at this nurse. I'm like, dude, calm down. He's like,
Mm-hmm.
I tried to tell her, mom, but she wouldn't listen. He was mad at that lady. But yeah, he has to crush all his pills. He won't. Okay, so they do have on the defense witness list, they have Brian Albert, Caitlin Albert, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert. We bring in the whole clan. Julie Albert, Kevin Albert, Nicole Albert, Michael Wagner, Cheryl Woe, Paul Mikowski, Leslie Pearlstein, Rebecca Bazin. It's given me a option I can click on and look at past testimony or find out what their connection to the case is. We'll look at that stuff in a minute. Rebecca Bazin, Officer Nicholas Barrows of the Dighton Police Department, Trooper Evan Brent, Yuri. Oh, they're going to call Yuri
Oh
back up
God.
here. Oh,
Mm-mm.
goodness gracious, girl. Lori Cahill, Trooper Zach. I better go restock my gummies. Trooper Zachary Clark, Christopher Curran, Carrie Curran, Nicholas Curran, Richard D'Antono of Canton, Officer Kelly Dever, Stephanie Devlin, Trooper David DeSico, Patrick Haggerty, Maureen Hartnett. She's already testified once. She was the one who wanted to know if she could change her test or correct her testimony at the end of the day. We're like, no, ma'am. Brian Albert Jr., Brian Higgins. Yeah, bring him on. Can we call him first? Louis Jutras, Trooper Connor Keefe, which he's already testified as well. He's with the Mass State Police. Matthew Kelly, Karina Kalikathis. If I'm not, did she testify already? No, apparently not. Nicholas Kalikathis, Terry Kunn, Lieutenant Lank. Let's bring on Mr. Lank. Brian Lahorn, Heather Maxon. Now, Heather was Ricky's, not Ricky. Heather is Nagel's girlfriend who was in the back of Ricky's pickup when
Mm.
they uh, saw Karen SUV outside of the house. Allison McCabe, which isn't she Jen McCabe's daughter? Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Lance Mello, Ryan Nagel, Steve Nelson, Andrew Porto, Holly Price, Trooper Kathleen Prince, Elizabeth Proctor, which is the wife of Proctor, former trooper Michael Proctor, Carrie Roberts, Wendell Robbery, Stephen Ridge, Heriberto Hernandez, Mark Lapalato, Alfred Lapalato, Alfredo. What are these people all related? Um, Angela Malvone, Lieutenant Brian Tully, Courtney Proctor. Who's Courtney Proctor, guys? Which one's the wife? Um, Tristan Morris, Jean Demolis. I think we've heard that person testify already once. Mary Souza, Ashley Bell, Mike Rushworth, Matthew Amory, the Norfolk District Attorney Michael Morrissey. You calling the district attorney to the stand? Thomas Beatty, Aaron Beatty, Megan Mariani, Thomas Martin, John O'Keefe Sr., Lieutenant Fanning, Matthew Kelsch, Thomas Kletcher, Annie Chong, we've heard from her, Chief Helena Rafferty, Dr. Irene Scortibello, again, she'll be back apparently, Trooper Jeffrey Kostkowski, Trooper Joseph Paul, retired Sergeant Paul J. DiCamperetro, and retired Lieutenant Paul Gallagher. We've heard from Gallagher already once as well. That's a pretty good, pretty lengthy list. The experts they're going to call are a Chris Van E., a Richard Green, Daniel Wolf, Andrew Rechler, Maggie Gaffney, Derek Ellington, Michael Easter, Matthew Erickson, Matthew DeSorga, Elizabeth LaPosta, Marie Russell. She's the dog bite expert lady. Garrett Wing. Absent from the defense team's witness list is Dr. Frank Sheridan, a retired forensic pathologist from California who previously testified that O'Keefe's injuries could be consistent with a fight or physical altercation. However, Reed's team has added a number of new experts to the roster, including LaPosta, a forensic pathologist from Rhode Island, Easter, a retired FBI agent, and Wing, a police dog handler and trainer. I'm going to be interested to see what all these people testify to.
Me too.
Right? So that's the list that I had, guys. I don't know if that's changed or if it's they've updated it or who they'll leave off the list in the big scheme of things. Is always interesting to find out who they're going to leave off and who they call. Is there anybody in particular, Dolphin, that you're most interested to hear from?
Mm, their biomechanical engineer.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think maybe Dr. Scorty Bello because I'd missed her in the beginning. So I want to hear about the autopsy, the injuries and all that.
Yeah,
Like, I'm trying to think what else. Oh, and don't they have a cell data expert?
I believe they do have their own coming in as well. They
Mm-hmm.
should, especially since the data that the state presented was so sketchy.
Mm-hmm.
You would think they would need a data guy as well on their team to say, "Hey, wait a minute,
Yeah.
this is what we would do, or this is not what we would do," and different things. Um,
Mm-hmm. Because I
And
still have questions about what they said. Like he went, didn't they say up some stairs or down some stairs? Something about height elevations.
the height elevation changed. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so they theorized between Dr. Whiffen or Dr. Whiffen, Mr. Whiffen's testimony, there was an elevation change where John went up what appeared to be 36 flights or 36 feet, right? Elevation
Mm-hmm.
incline.
Mm-hmm.
There was actually two. And then we had Dr. Whiffen. I don't know why I keep calling him doctor, but Whiffen came on and stated that in his testing, the drive from the waterfall over to the house could have caused that elevation change, because there's hills in the road.
I've never had that happen in all the
Exactly.
times that I've had a smartwatch or whatever, or a phone
Uh-huh.
that's counting steps and stuff like that. I've never had that happen.
Right. And the time stamp, because I'm starting my list yesterday evening of all my different times of phone data and John's movements, because I really want to get them on one list where I can just look at the columns, because my book over here is getting a little much. But that's what they ended up in fact, Court TV, Vinnie Politan and his Cody did a little experiment where they were in a hotel there in Canton and they walked up and down the flights of stairs. Cody made sure it was recording his steps, right, on the incline. And then they go in the car and they drive that route from the bar to the home. Both of their iPhones were on. It never registered steps like an incline.
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
this guy's over here like, well, I did my experiment where I drove the route, once holding his phone in his hand, the other time placing the phone on the dock where it's stationary. And yeah, that's what registered the inclines. And they're like, no, it didn't. It That makes no sense to a lot of people. So there's a lot of that's what the defense should come out and attack, right? If they want
Yeah.
us to believe he made, and then in one testimony really puts John walking all the way up to the front door of that house, if not stepping into that home. That's how
Yeah.
strong. And that
That's what
is
I
from
want to
this,
hear too.
right?
Hmm.
That was from the state's own witness. We ain't even got the defense witnesses yet. We're just going by what the state's telling us. And when your own experts are in contradiction, that's a problem. No matter how you went, tried to go back and clean it up and line things up, the defense is able to point out these issues you're not pointing out. And that's what you want to, that's the job of the defense attorney. But if it, if there's merit behind it, there's merit behind it, right? Sometimes there's not going to be, but sometimes there absolutely is.
Yeah, the only time I ever got craziness recorded in when it came to steps is when I
Uh-huh.
went to like Six Flags.
Really.
Yep. Hmm. So I don't know. Like one day I was at Six Flags and I don't know, it may have said I had like 45 flights of stairs or something. So I was like, is it picking up the roller coaster that I was on? Roller coasters I was on or
Yeah,
whatever.
that's a good question. It probably was.
Because I mean, I
It
know, theme parks, can have hilly,
Mhm.
spots and stuff, but I was like, that's a lot.
Not to that sharp of an incline where
Hmm.
it's gonna appear you went upstairs versus walking up a slight incline, right? Um, because these phones are, the biometrics on these phones, the calibrations on these phones, they're all designed for accuracy or as close as they can get it. And I was watching, something recently with a cell phone guy on it, and the person interviewing the cell phone guy seemed completely floored to find out this data is not going to be 1,000% accurate. Kind of like they were going up against what the person wanted them to say. And when they were just being honest, the person's like, oh, that's shady. Yeah, welcome to Idaho. Welcome to phone data in Idaho. It's going to get crazy. I make that prediction. Don't know if I'm right or
Oh,
wrong, but it's going to be a prediction.
yeah. Speaking of, that's another thing that I thought I had a video, but I gotta look in my list to see. Hold on a second. Sorry. Mm, I
You're
gotta
good.
see if I still have it. The oh shit. I need a drink. Hold on.
Oh, you're good. Chat, you guys still with us? We boring y'all. I do need to sit down and finish my list this afternoon. I don't really have a whole lot going on here, and I do need to put these times in a column.
Finish what list?
My list of times, all the damn times this phone was doing this and that, and John was walking around doing all that. I'm gonna put it into columns and be like, well, this time this was going on, but now this phone says this. It just doesn't. There's just too many discrepancies there to get behind, and especially going back to the the way it appears that John walked toward that house all the way to the door, and how they're low accuracy all of a sudden versus high accuracy all of a sudden because I'm using Waze, I'm using Google, and blah, 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 you know, I already know it's not going to be 100% accurate. You're just going to be able to get me down to within maybe some feet, right? Because that's how Lori Vallow's kids were found in Chad Daybell's backyard. Because
Hmm.
Celebrate and Nick Balance of the FBI took and evaluated that phone and did his drive time test and could prove Alex Cox was in that backyard within feet of the fire pit where Tylee was burned. Tell me this stuff ain't always accurate because sometimes it is dead ass accurate.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's what I was talking about. So the cell stuff, right? In Idaho, because I was watching some videos earlier this morning.
Yeah.
Um, oh, hey, Joe. Joe is working and lurking. Um,
I don't know why my chat's not. Oh, there it goes. Hey, Joe. Welcome in. Go ahead, Dolphin.
uh-huh. Um, I really cannot wait to see the actual cell evidence in Idaho because
Mm-hmm.
everybody, and I need to go back and look at this document again, but don't you remember when they mentioned the whole uh, Brian being, spotted 23 times?
Yeah,
Mm, hold
you're good.
on. Sorry.
You're good.
Um, and everybody is saying cell tower, right? That
Mm-hmm.
service the neighborhood, 100 meters or whatever. But
Yeah.
I don't think that that's what the document said. I think the
Uh-uh.
document said cell site. And,
Yep. And that.
excuse me, and that's a difference that a lot of people aren't understanding. That a cell tower is one thing, right? And cell towers can hold cell sites, right? But cell sites could actually be, stuck in a neighborhood, stuck in a building, or
Right.
whatever,
And
and not a part of a tower.
yeah. And the last time that I watched Garrett Discovery talk about
Mhm.
that, he
Mhm.
explained that.
Mhm.
And that was kind of flooring people going, oh,
Oh, whose show was he
mm,
on?
uh, I'll tell you. Um, but yeah, it was like I
Mhm.
watched it because he was on there, right? I wanted to
Okay.
hear because you know why, but I
Yeah.
wanted to hear what he had to say, not what the
Yeah.
host wanted him to say. And
Mhm.
when he told his truth, people that it didn't go over well. I was like, oh, should I laugh right now or go, I told you
Mhm.
so, or what was happening here? But it's worth watching.
Oh, yeah, I will, because they keep talking about, oh, cell towers, that could be anywhere within 20 miles. I was like, they didn't say cell tower, fool.
Exactly, and you
I'm
if you
fairly certain that that document said cell site. It's been a long time since I've looked at it, but
yeah
yeah, I figured. Hmm.
if there were yeah, you see, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, there. I know before you left to go on your trip, you and I were talking, um, and because we've been covering trials, deep diving those documents the way we kind of wanted to with some of the information that was packed into them, I still want to do that. So maybe we can pick out a couple of documents and start going over them more in depth because there's a lot of information that was packed in some of those larger documents that we haven't had a lot of discussion on. And I think there's a lot of we do need to go back and review some of that, especially the wording. When we're looking at the documents at lunch here and we're reading through them, then I go back and reread them later. I'm like, this is something we need to talk about. And then we haven't gotten to it yet. But I knew you were going away for a little bit. So now you're back. We can work on some of that. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, Firefly. So the CW did wrap up their case We come back in the morning, so we'll see if we get a full day in. Um, I was curious as to who their first witness would be, and we kind of went over their witness list that was put out back in March, but it's a pretty lengthy list, so we'll see. But yeah, Dolphin, I wanted there's a couple of those documents that were super interesting with a good information in there that is worth taking another look at and getting a good grasp on what it actually says. Especially with those longer documents where so much is packed into them.
Yeah, but I went back and I downloaded all those documents
Yeah,
so I could search through them, like within the PDF search, because in Adobe you could just say find this and it'll
yeah,
this keyword or whatever, and it'll like show you every one, and it'll show you like the example of where it is, so you can just click in the list and go straight to that document.
yeah,
So yeah.
yeah. I've got some of the documents that I wanted to deep dive a little further saved as well. And I have a little list over here of ones I wanted to look back over um, and take another good look at and have a discussion. So we'll work on that. I'm just this trial, my gosh, these long trials. I get it why you need to have them so long. It just takes up this lady wanting to cut it out early and all this stuff. It just eats into everybody's time, ma'am. Think about we have other stuff to talk about. We got other things to talk about too. Maybe I'll get better about coming on at night sometimes. Sometimes I just don't even feel like it. Um, and sometimes I do. You never know. Maybe I'll start doing the little pop-up shows when I'm bored. I'm like, I want to talk about something. Let me find my friends. What are y'all doing? Is everybody bored? Get on the internet with me. Sometimes I feel like doing that. And sometimes it may be 2 a.m. And I'm thinking, well, is anybody besides me and Dolphin awake? Or maybe Joe? You never know.
I know somebody else who does his little pop-ups in the
Mm.
middle of the night, 2, 3 in the morning, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Like, couldn't sleep, could you?
Which actually, I thought that what was it? I saw one. Was it last night? Firefly. I think she knows. Uh, I 12 Gauge was going to do a reading from
Hmm.
Blum's book or whatever. I thought he was going to do the audio version, but he actually was reading it, and I said, okay, never mind,
Hmm.
because Firefly and I started actually listening to the
Yeah.
audio version because I've got that and
Yeah.
access to it, and so yeah, I was like, okay,
Yeah.
been
I
meaning
saw.
to save it. So
Yeah. I saw they were doing that, but what's in the? I don't know. I'm just not
the book is
super
interesting.
interested. Yeah. I'm sure it's interesting, but I don't know. I don't know. I haven't had the urge to like. I think I even have an actual copy on my Amazon thingy. Like there's two books, audio books about two different major cases that I started. And then I was like, man, are you kidding me? And I just turned them off. So
I mean, the whole thing, I think the audio file is like for 5 hours or whatever. So, and we kept falling asleep. So we
yeah.
just said, like, on the weekend or something, we'll start early in the day. And
Yeah.
then, yeah, because we want to get through the whole thing.
Right. And that makes more sense to do it. Like when you guys do that, let me know.
Yeah, so maybe
I'll,
this weekend you guys want to do it?
yeah, I'll be home. I'm not going anywhere this weekend. It's not
Because
like
I should still have access to the file because I got it on
nothing
Scribd
special going
or
on.
whatever. And
Oh, Butterfly just dropped. Joe, you got a live tonight, Joe? Joe's got a link in the chat, guys, for his live tonight. Are y'all still prepping for Brandon's trial over there, Joe? I tuned into most of y'all's show last night, but there's something was popping off that I had to dive into head first, and yeah, I never came out. It happens sometimes. I review a lot of stuff, but I know it. Oh, I know what it was. I had to get my Crystal Rogers update on the case. Firefly says she can do it whenever. All right, so there's Joe's link for that tonight. Joe, did they get much done during jury selection today? Did you decide if you would? Did you go down there, or did you decide to stay home? I know Joe was on the fence about going down there to watch jury selection. Um, I don't know. Jury selection. I wonder. It took the judge like 4 hours to seat her jury for the last trial, so I don't think they're going to have a lengthy time picking out jurors for this trial. It shouldn't be so hard. It should be kind of easy. But you don't want another Juror 15 bullshit thing going down. Anyway, yeah, you guys let me know if you guys decide to do that this weekend, and I'll jump in there with you guys for a while. And I'm going to work on my my columns list tonight. I got to go check out Miss Shorty this weekend. I kind of miss my girl. I like her honesty. I like that she's a lot like me. I go over there and hang out when I'm on the weekends a lot of times. Joe, story of my life, dude. Right? Story of my life. I'm just so used to it. It is what it is. It's just part of my makeup. But I've never been one to sleep like the average person. And so it doesn't even, yeah. Brandon Brandon trial prep tonight. There's still that one document I'd like to see because it's got a lot of evidence type stuff in it, and that's my jams. I'm ready to get on to the damn evidence presented. Show me how this lady conspired, because I think the evidence is there. I don't think it's going to be hard to prove either. But I'm ready to get on to the evidence so Miss Lori can go sit her ass down somewhere in a cell. All right. Guys, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to go spend a little bit of time with the grandson, make sure my house is good. I do have chores to do around here sometimes. If I don't, the house will fall apart, and I'm a little OCD about that. I can't have a dirty house. I can't sit here and be comfortable knowing my house is needing attention around me. It's just, that's my OCD, Coburger. What's yours? Don't we all have something these days? Apparently we do. All right, guys, I'm going to let you go for today. We'll be back in the morning. I'm assuming we are starting at 8 a.m. as usual for court. So I'll be back about 7:45 in the morning to get everything up and running. I may hit you up later about certain documents. I don't think there's not a lot going on here tonight. So
Yeah, I'm not doing anything. Laundry, that's it.
Yeah, my son's coming home right after work today because he'll be here with this kiddo, and I'm not cooking anything tonight. I'm not doing a whole lot of anything after I get done with this house here in a little bit. So yeah, we'll get on some things. Guys, thanks for joining us. We'll be back in the morning again at 8 a.m. And I'm excited to get the defense case presented. I really want to hear from witnesses they bring up. And so I'll just be honest. If I was on that jury right now and took a vote today, it would be not guilty, because she's not guilty of murder to start with.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's like,
even the little bit that I've seen, I'm like, yeah, what's the state doing?
Yeah, what is this murder charge, right? What is this even about? Because you got some, I hit him, could I hit him? Don't be saying stuff, people, when stuff goes down. Don't let your thoughts escape out loud, because it can come back to bite you in the behind and be used against you later. What was that, Joe? Let me see. Did you find what I was looking for? Where did you put it? Oh. I forgot I had that channel. That's how little it gets utilized, the Discord. All right. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. All right, guys, I'll get everything set up for tomorrow morning. Dolphin, can you come back and join us in the morning if you feel like it?
Yeah, hopefully I'll feel better,
Hopefully with the day, getting some more doses in you, it'll start to kick it in its butt and get it out of there.
Yeah.
I hope so. Well, we do hope you feel better.
Thank
and guys, yeah, thank you guys for all coming in and tuning in with us. We appreciate it. Catch you over there at Joe's tonight to see what he and Kresha have going on ahead of Lori's trial. And I guess... okay, Joe says, I'm not going down today to review juror questionnaires. Tomorrow, yes. Let me know if it's real boring or not, Joe. If it's like, like, I know if you've not been a part of it, it'll be interesting for sure. All right, guys, with all that said, we'll see you back here in the morning. Some of you will probably see at Joe's later on tonight. Until then, we'll be back in the morning. Dolphin, thanks again for joining me.
Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from little Yas to each of you.